We still would. Thank you, appreciate it. We'll open this meeting of November 17th, 2011. Before we start, I'm just going to read this so that it gets at the beginning of the agenda and we don't forget it. This is a note from Heather Thibodeau. The town of Tilton is seeking donations to aid the annual Thanksgiving food baskets that will be distributed to the needy in the community. Can you help? This year we are experiencing an increase in the request for food baskets, and unfortunately the increase in demand for food to date has not been met with an increase in the commitment of donations to fill these baskets. We have plenty of volunteers to assemble and distribute the baskets. Now we just need the ingredients. We have not had a lot of success in identifying donations for this annual event, and that is where we really need the public's help. Here is what you need to know to contribute and help a needy family enjoy a Thanksgiving meal. What? Thanksgiving food baskets items needed include potatoes, frozen turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, aluminum pans, paper products, napkins, paper towels, bread rolls, canned vegetables, pie mixes, or something for dessert, gravy, apple cider, or milk. When? Tuesday, November 22nd. Please drop off items at the Town Hall between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. We would love to accept donations at other times. However, due to the permissibility of the items and lack of refrigeration and limited space, we ask that you limit the drop-off hours to 3 to 5 p.m. So please help out if anyone can. It would be greatly, greatly appreciated to give these people a nice Thanksgiving.
Giving gift cards?
Oh, she made that up.
Oh, okay.
If you're unable to meet during these times, a drop-off, anything during these times at 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. During the week, if you are able to, get a gift card from Market Basket, Shaw's, or Hannaford's and drop it off to Town Hall. We'll greatly accept that, and then that way Heather can fill in the things that are needed from there. So we'll put out that request. Thank you very much in advance. Okay, Dennis, you are on our list. Actually, you're on many lists, but come on up.
Where's the spotlight?
All right.
What? What she said something.
I have a question first.
Oh, you have a question?
My question is, where's the young lady that she's questioning all this?
She's on her way. She's in a class. She's in a class with the town clerk, and
Yeah, Catherine has class.
Oh, all right, okay.
but she is on her way.
This one, excuse me.
She's always got class, that Catherine.
Before we start on the road construction plan,
Yep.
Joyce asked me to review the requisition and the retainage for the Pine Street Bridge.
Yep.
Holding is recommending holding $1,720 for the paving, and they're
$1,720?
$1,720.
Oh, okay. I thought,
Another $1,000 for miscellaneous
right.
items, okay? I did measure it, and I come up with 26 ton that's got to be put back on the wearing course in the spring. And I thought that one of the Hiltz individuals told me that he was paying $150 per ton labor. If you take the 150 times 26, you're looking at $3,951.
Right.
Then I put in money for coal planing, which, after talking with Bill Rosenau, had kind of forgot about that. I included another $800 for the coal painting and $1,000 for the miscellaneous. And I come up with $57.51 that we should hold for retainage. That would be my estimate.
Now, they had recommended 8,000 retainage in the last, in the couple of insurance forms that they filled out. Remember that, Joyce? What was it, 8,000?
$8,269. That was retainage based on what was left in the contract. Total completed to date was $82,696. That was back in February. So they held back 10%, $8,269. So they're saying now that they're almost complete, so they only wanted to hold back a percentage of what's been completed, and you're saying,
Right.
no, it isn't.
So I would probably recommend $6,000 that we hold back. Would that cover it?
That would cover it, yes. Because from what Bill was saying, he was using a figure of $1,720. Okay?
Why so low, though?
For the paving. But if you take the 26-ton, and you
Right.
divide it into $1,720, that comes up with a $65 per ton laid in place.
That's not gonna happen.
That's not happening, no.
Right.
Well, what did it cost you for laid in place for the Deer Street,
Peabody Street.
Peabody Street?
Oh, that was 99. Tonnage was larger, lot more tonnage.
So it goes down per ton.
It goes down, that's right.
buy,
The
the
more you
less-
buy, the less you pay.
So his $65 is way out of whack,
Way out of whack.
because it's less than that. And, all right,
Yeah.
so I'm in agreement with that.
Was he thinking that we'd need a lot less tonnage? Maybe? I don't know. It seems like it's way out of a line.
27 tons for that. How far back from the bridge are they going?
They're doing the whole thing on, but it's at 1.5 inches thick, not an inch.
Okay, how much does it, I don't know how much a ton will do at 1.5 inches. How many square feet do you get at 1.5 inches out of a ton? Asking the tough questions, aren't I?
You are without a calculator, yes.
At the end of the day.
We go by square yards, yes.
square
Square yard, yes, yes.
All right, so what is it a square yard for a ton?
Or how many square
That's even a
yards?
tougher
That's
question.
even a tougher without a
You
calculator.
have a calculator, don't you?
Road from that corner to that corner approximately.
She has a
How big
calculator.
is the bridge? And there's no slop over, it's too...
Yeah, I thought we did have one up here, but... Yes.
Well, see, there's a bridge and then it goes beyond
Well, that's what I
the
want to
bridge
know, how
somewhat.
far beyond the bridge itself.
What are we,
Apron.
10, 15 feet
Yeah,
beyond the bridge?
roughly 15 feet, Norm.
The bridge is about
beyond
8
the-
feet wide on the outside,
Oh, no, it's wider than that.
yeah?
Yes,
So
yes.
you're talking probably doing about 40, 50 feet?
Well, the dimensions of the bridge is 82 feet long
There you go.
by 32 feet wide.
Okay.
That's what it is.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So it's basically 100 by 32.
No, you can't do that, Joe. You've got to measure the
can't
exact of what you've got.
Well, no, just ballpark.
Yeah, yeah.
To visualize the size, 100 feet long and 32 feet
Yeah,
wide, more or less.
To visualize it, yes. But you wouldn't want to figure it that way on your asphalt.
No.
Oh, no.
Way over.
There's that little drainage thing
A
over.
lot of square yards in that.
Right.
Difference between 82 and 100.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, there's your calculator.
Well,
So I recommend that we set aside, based on the recommendation from our highway director, that it would be $6,000. I mean, he's saying 5751. I'm going to round it off to 6,000.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion? All right.
The only thing I would like to say is, thank you, Mr. Allen, for coming up with those figures.
you're welcome.
What about these?
Aye.
What about those items?
Yeah, did you review?
Yes, those are fine, Joyce.
These are
Yes,
okay?
yes, yes.
How much of the money did we not give them yet?
$33,630.60.
Did we get,
No, we have not received reimbursement yet from Holden Engineering. And Hiltz, I had asked for a check, but I haven't received
well, then add those
it. For
on.
the hay bales, they did reimburse us for that.
Do we have at least a communication or an indication that they're going to pay for his wages?
The way it was left when we spoke to Mr. Rossignol, he said we would have to speak to Peter.
Peter, right.
Did you speak with Peter?
I did not. I would be more than happy to speak with him.
I would
Well, I was going to say, I wouldn't send everything back until we have that resolved, because we might be deducting things from that amount.
Well, this is Hiltz, though. This is the Hiltz contract.
Yeah, but what do we owe Peter Holden?
500.
That's it, yeah.
We're up over a barrel on that one.
Yep.
And it looks like our legal line's going up again.
All right, I'll go ahead and call him, but I'll write something up and we'll send it back to Bill so he can at least, so we can get the requisition.
Okay.
So does that mean we send the difference of 30-some-odd thousand and 6 to the Hiltz?
Right.
Yes.
Construction?
Right.
What they'll do is they'll make up a new requisition which incorporates what we want.
Less than 937.
Well, I'm hoping, he said he was aware of that.
I would keep that out, just in case.
Yep. That way, if you don't receive it,
Our
you
half of
have...
the 937 or whatever.
Yep. Seems like people are always more cooperative when you owe them money.
And you're okay with this.
Okay. All right, next, what else was requested of you?
Okay, I was requested to do a 10-year road construction plan, which I think all of you have it,
Yep.
and also a 10-year road, a sidewalk plan, which I just gave to you, and you previously have the 12-year equipment plan.
Right.
Also, I haven't had a chance to get to do an estimate of what it would cost right now as far as the Class 2 roads, but I will get that.
Okay.
Okay.
In your sidewalk, oh, never mind. I found it.
The state aid Class 2 roads,
Correct.
that's 1/3, 2/3, right?
Yes.
So let's just hypothetically here, Clark Road,
Let's use Califf,
Caleb Hill Road.
okay? I would say that that's, I haven't measured it, but I would assume that that's probably about 3.5, 4 miles long, okay? Reclaim, fabric, gravel, drainage, 2 lists of asphalt, $1.5 million, $1.6 million, plus ledge.
So, $1.75 million, 1.75?
Possibly, Joe?
Okay, so 1/3, 2/3. That puts us at 800 grand, give or take. If we put 800 grand into that road and the state didn't put in anything, are we still covered when they come back to do the road, or we have to wait for the state to come along?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Joyce, but I think
I don't know how
the
it
way
works.
that works, okay, is you get on their maintenance program, you have to set aside your portion of the funds, of your third. You have to have your third before they would even start the project. And then it goes into a design, engineering, and then they come up with what they feel that the project will cost. And you have to meet that one-third obligation with the funds that you have.
And then they'll see about bringing up the two-thirds? They don't just automatically come up with it.
That is the way it's worked, Joe, I think, in the
They
past.
program that in. Let's say we were to come up with $30,000 or whatever, then they would match that two-thirds. They would set that aside, so that over the program year, as we're putting in more and more of ours, then they're putting in more and more of theirs.
Yes, right.
Now, these sidewalks on the state highways, we own all of them?
We do, yes. The town signed an agreement with DOT when they did the interchange down there on Clark Road, that they would put in sidewalks in granite curb as long as the town would plow them and maintain them. There was quite a discussion.
Did we have the same discussion about the sidewalk going from Grant Street to Lowe's?
No,
Who,
no. And also over
do we have an
93.
agreement with the state with Grant Street to Lowe's?
No.
Then
No.
how can we say that we own that? How can they say we own that?
They do, same as when they did over 93.
Right.
The town was not even advised of putting in sidewalks, and they would have to maintain them.
Right.
But after we went to the court case, we were ordered that we would maintain them and plow them.
Mr. Tinker.
And it's not a problem, okay, but all of the ones that have granite curbs, the asphalt is flush with the top of the granite curb. So you can't just overlay an inch over the top, because your sidewalk would be higher than your granite curb, okay, and you shouldn't put the asphalt on the granite curb. That's the situation there. So that means once that these have broken up, it's a reconstruction, it's to take the old asphalt out and put 2 lifts of asphalt back in, flush with the granite curb.
There's no way to just shim those? Doesn't work like that, right?
No.
I don't agree with that. I still don't agree with that. Just because the state on Mr. Tinker said that we should keep it free from debris for a wheelchair to go up and maintain it in the winter, to plow it in the winter, doesn't mean that we have to,
I think that was in the,
we don't have to asphalt it and do all the state's requirements on it, on all our sidewalks.
I think that's what the decision of the court was.
Yeah.
We would maintain it, yes.
That's right.
On all our sidewalks in the town. All state sidewalks in the town.
They do not maintain, the state does not maintain any sidewalks or plow any sidewalks. Right.
I don't believe that's the decision.
Well,
I believe the decision was to maintain. I don't believe it was reconstruction in,
that's part of maintaining, though, when they start breaking up. What happens if your wheelchairs can't get over them
I think
anymore?
we should fight that.
We did, we lost.
No, we fought Mr. Tinker at the Disability Center, and we lost.
Yeah.
Because it was a disability, but we didn't fight the state on taking responsibility for their sidewalks.
Right.
And that's what I think we should do. We shouldn't be taking ownership of all of these sidewalks that the state owns. They should be maintaining it. We shouldn't be taking ownership of all these Class 2 state highways that the state owns. I mean, enough is enough.
And not taking care of the proper maintenance over a period of years,
Right.
Correct.
of summer maintenance that they're required to do.
Enough is enough. Now it's falling on the backs of the municipalities, and we have to end up paying for it in our taxes. Enough is enough. And I think enough municipalities get together along with us to do this. Finally, maybe the governor will listen. Enough is enough. We shouldn't be doing this. If we bend over and say, go ahead, it's all right, we'll maintain your sidewalks, we'll maintain your Class 2 roads, it's not fair.
No, it isn't fair.
And I don't feel that we should, I feel that we should fight this. It's my opinion.
Well, I think we've got enough time ahead of us to fight it, because I think I projected 2019, 2020.
Luckily, I won't live that long, so
I don't see any priority ones in it, that's for sure.
Well, no. I rated them from 10 being the best down to 1.
But there's no ones.
There's no ones, no.
hallelujah.
I don't feel that any of our sidewalks are
Well,
1 or 4.
you know what, the sidewalks down in Main Street on the south side, on the Bryant Lawrence side, that's iffy. From Bryant Lawrence side till you get to past Steadies, that portion there is really iffy, because you have to watch where you're walking, because it's uneven, cracked,
It is cracked, I would agree with that.
and you have to watch where you're walking if people trip there. I've been known to, when we've walked down with papers to bring to businesses and stuff, that side of the sidewalk is, the north side of the sidewalk is fine, but I would agree with you on that, but not that piece. When you have to look down and watch where you're going, a resident shouldn't have to do that and worry about a sidewalk, whether they're going to be tripping or not.
But,
I don't know which one that is.
oh, okay, I'm just,
2020?
no.
Better late in that 2020, is that the one that has the, this one?
Yeah. Did you say 1 was the greatest priority? Did you say 1 was the greatest priority and 10's the least priority?
No, that was the way I ranked them.
You have Maple Court to High Street Extension. That's in the, where is that, a wide sidewalk? It's painted.
Well, there's a yellow line here, that's the sidewalk.
Oh, so you maintain the yellow line?
Well, you shouldn't be parking on the sidewalk.
Whatever it takes.
Okay.
So the worst sidewalk we've got is on River Road.
That is correct, Norm. Yes. Needs a total reconstruction.
I'm curious. Oh, I see, never mind. Well, no, I got it. I just had a little lapse into another dimension there, but I'm back.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah,
I'm traveling and everything.
Okay.
That's how it is.
not quite back yet.
Go to that parallel universe?
I did.
I go there.
Oh, I don't want to hear anymore.
It looks like you're straddling the line right now, Joe.
All right. Okay, so, do we have a grand total?
We do.
It is grand, isn't it?
It is green.
No, the only other question is, how do we pay for this?
Now,
Write him a check.
Yeah, I'll give me a check, sure. Just don't try to cash it until 2020.
20 years from now, we'll all be retired laughing at whoever's got it to do.
Do you have an average, without sitting here trying to figure it out, do you have an average of cost of the sidewalk per year?
I generally try to spend $3,000 with the highway department doing it.
But some of these are a lot more than $3,000.
As you see, in the overlay, the hot mix overlay, you'll see X with an H,
Yeah,
and the H signifies the highway crew doing,
yeah,
and then on the right of that, you will see
I see.
a C, and that's contract. That would be with paver to do it. Or in conjunction with paving the street that the sidewalk's on.
Well, I was trying to gather, we're gonna talk about this next, is your road, 10-year road plan, but somewhere along the line, we have to start budgeting and putting monies away for the 10-year plan. So if we were to start putting monies away and budgeting for the 10-year plan, would you only put a couple of $1,000s away for sidewalks, or would you put, I mean, you have,
I guess, Pat, I would look at the worst of them, see what I could do them for. If I could...
The worst one you've got here, you can do it for
Is River
400
Road.
and...
Is River Road.
Yeah, and you show you can do it for 400 and...
$37, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's with the crew, the highway crew doing it ourselves.
$427.
Right. So there's a lot of these that the highway crew could do with the amount of money that I appropriate every year, the $3,000. Okay?
then there's
So
a
they're
lot
like that
that you're
in your-
not
And
doing.
there's a lot that I'm not doing that are a larger amount that should be done in conjunction with the road paving, or like the Main Street here should be done with a paver.
I noticed you're not putting anything in your road construction.
No, because I was asked to keep my budget at flatline.
Okay.
Right.
I think that we really need to come to, I think we need to come to a decision whether or not we do this as a warrant article and put it in monies, because if you look at your 10-year road construction plan over 10 years, and it's $1.6 million.
Right.
If you put that out at 10 years, it's $160,000
Per year,
per year.
at 2011's
Prices, correct.
Right.
And then you add sidewalks, you add a couple of thousand to sidewalks into that. So questions are, what are the options? Do we do a capital improvement like we do?
I
We
think-
have 40,000 isn't going to cut it. We need to
It is
either,
not going to cut it, okay? And I guess I brought up before, okay, in the past years, we've received block grant money. Supposed to be used for roads, reconstruction, paving roads.
Yep.
That's $63,800 we receive on a yearly basis, okay?
As far as we know, I mean, that could change it any...
And that could change now too, Norm, that's correct. But previous, okay, we've received that money.
right.
I don't know where that money's gone, okay? But that should have been applied, and I brought it up, to our capital reserve and put in our capital reserve with the 40,000, so then we would have $103,000 on a yearly basis.
Or about a third of what we really need.
But still, Joe,
Where does the $63,000 go?
The
63?
general fund.
general
In the
fund.
general
How come it
fund.
doesn't go toward roads?
It does when we pay his invoices when they come in.
Is that earmarked for the roads, or no?
That just, we just understand.
We would have to-
that his highway, if we didn't have that block grant money, we'd have to raise $63,000 in taxes to fund his budget.
So
But if I'm
just
not
goes in-
expending $63,000 a year on roads, then it stays in the general fund.
Yeah, because we would have to write some kind of a warrant article that would put either the balance or the whole thing into the capital reserve account. So we would have to write a warrant article that says we're going to put $103,000 into the capital reserve account, 63,000 of it
Which
comes
would
from the
be
block grant.
and
the
40,000 would be-
40,000
right,
out of
right.
the taxpayers' funds, and all that goes in which case, when we get the block grant, it goes right into the
That's
capital
correct.
reserve
And
account.
that was mentioned numerous times, and it didn't want to do it.
Yeah, well, and then we'd
I
have to
think
turn
it's
around
time,
and,
maybe,
Oh,
right?
It's not the time to do it.
even though your budget looks like it's level funded, and it is level funded. The problem is, now we've got to get that revenue out of the taxpayers instead of taking it from the capital, out of the block grant.
Right.
Because, there's only so much money, and if you take that money that we've been using traditionally to pay your year-to-year expenses, and we take it away from you, that money has to be replaced somehow.
Correct.
You may,
Right.
would we need perhaps maybe break that up into two warrant articles? One that says that the block grant needs to be put into the capital reserve fund for highway and leave it at that, and then another one to raise and appropriate 40,000.
Like we have done in the past
Or
years.
however much
Right.
you say. I think it's going to need to be more than 40,000, because it's going to be, would have to be 55 or 60 in that area.
And that still really doesn't come close to fixing the roads.
I know, but it would make a big dent in it.
Right.
Coming
Certainly, yeah.
coming up to that.
Yeah, because when it comes to 2020, and you have to repair a road at 2020 prices, the money we put away now,
It's not going to,
it may be, because right now, money is worth more than it is now, but
Right. Or the other option is, if you ran into a year that you had to expend $300,000, maybe you want to bond it.
Right?
That's the only other option.
When we come right down to it, Clark, Colby, Caleb.
I'm not, those, Joe, you would have to. You would have to.
Because
But
we're
I'm talking
talking-
about in-town
Yeah,
roads.
yeah.
when that time comes, I'll tell you what, the state's going to do the same thing they're doing with Samberton and say, we will do all this, and then you own the road.
Exactly, that's
Right.
correct, Norm, that's right.
Well, it is in the town of Tilton. Okey dokey, but right now, they have a commitment, legal commitment to do that work. So.
But they're not.
And they're not, Joe.
Yeah,
I know
but
they're not.
I think you can look at the state stepping up that whole program of turning over these Class 2 roads to the town, paying their 2/3 to bring these roads up to today's
Specs.
specifications.
Right.
And then walking away from it, and never having to spend another dime on that road.
Right.
Oh, I agree, totally, yes.
I'm here to tell you, I lived on perhaps the worst road in town, and not now. Silver Lake Road was atrocious, the drainage, it was a car killer. But in the several years that road has been fixed, and it is fixed as nary a crack in that road. And the difference is just, you guys used to come, and in front of the kindergarten, I used to call it Lake Tilton.
Sure.
And no matter what you did to that, you put asphalt in it, and the ground ate it.
Sure.
I don't know where it went, but it was just disappeared.
So
But
now
Caleb Hill is worse than Silver Lake ever was.
Is that right? I haven't been out that way, I'll have to go.
Yeah.
But now
I have a truck.
you've swapped a car eater for New England Dragway, right?
Well, there is that, and quite frankly, I didn't care if they fixed the road so much as the sewer. But I knew that they stop at the stop sign down at the bridge, and then they go as fast as they can go to the railroad track to jump the tracks.
Oh, yeah.
Jump the tracks. Especially this one guy at 6 a.m. on a ninja motorcycle. Well, I
But to answer your
digress.
question, yes, I think before we go to town meeting, okay, we should sit down
Right.
and kind of go over this and see which is the best way for the town, and
Right.
maybe have 2 warrant articles.
I think we need to look at our options to see which way we go. There's no question that, for me anyway, there's no question that we are not going to meet our own responsibility to the taxpayers on maintenance and upkeep of these roads, our own town roads, with what we're putting away now.
Right.
We can't do it. So I think that what we expect of the state to do, we also need to expect that of ourselves. And I think that we need to come up with a plan, whether or not we add the 40,000 within the budget and not have yours level funded, or we put it into a separate warrant article, and then the selectmen need to take under advisement your recommendation using the block grant money
Yeah.
as a warrant article, and have the people say, we just want that designated to
Road construction.
road construction, because this is what we've got to contend with here. This is our plan.
Right, right.
So I agree.
As far as, not to change the subject, but as far as the vehicle, I did not put any money in on the 1 ton this year. I looked at it again, and I think I can push that, put 35 in on 13, and another 35 on 14, and order a new one in 15.
So this one you just gave us, you have one in here for 2012.
Right, which I think I can push that, just push them back, each one of those back another year, and order the vehicle in 15.
1 ton is about a $70,000 truck.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes.
How many miles do you anticipate that truck would have on it at the time? Or is it the hours? in usage?
2015.
Well, we got, right now, Joe, we got 46, and that truck gets used for everything, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay? I would say, well, let's look at it this way. It's a 2001, so it's 10 years old, 4,600 miles a year. Right?
So 9, 18, 8, 68,000 miles?
Yeah. But it's not only the miles, it's the body condition.
64,000
It's
miles?
rusted. It's
How's the
rusted.
body on that
It's
truck?
rusted.
Is it?
Yes. And if I knew that I was going to be able to purchase a new one in 2015, I would patch the dump body. It's getting worn, it's got some cracks in it. The cab is rusting. I would make it last without a lot of expenditure, without a lot of money put into it.
Did you get your welder? How's it working?
What brand did you get?
We got a Lincoln.
Oh, Lincoln.
Like the logs?
Are we going to end up with the same situation that we're ending up with the roads, is that you put it off, and then all of a sudden we need the 1 ton, and then something went wrong with the dumps, the other ones, and...
No, Pat, I don't feel that way, okay? I think starting in 2013,
Yeah,
I should put in $35,000 per year into a capital reserve fund for equipment replacement.
okay.
And I can move these back, okay, a year or two, okay, to be able to purchase the vehicles like I did previous to this, okay?
Yep,
Like, say, for instance, okay, if you move the 1 ton back, 35 and 13 and 14, okay, you purchased it in 15. Say we were lucky enough to buy one at 60. So now I'd have 10,000 left in that account, okay? And if I still put the 35 in, now I'd have 45 for the loader.
okay.
That's the way I look at that. The other trucks, they're in great shape. We've got 2 fairly new pickups. We have got a new pickup, and we got the 208. We've still got the Peterbilt. We got the 99 and the 90 International. They're in good shape. And the big trucks, they're 30-year trucks, at least 30-year trucks. And
Yep.
The sidewalk plow,
yes.
do you anticipate ever replacing that?
No, Joe, I don't.
Excellent.
I don't. Okay?
Something you can maintain for,
And mainly that's, there's a lot of other attachments that you can put on that, okay? But right now, we've chose not to do that.
is it a plow or a snow throw?
We have a blower and a plow for it.
Yeah.
Yes, okay? But you could put a broom on that if you wanted to. You could put a lawnmower on that, an 80-inch lawnmower on the front. You could put a frail mower on it,
80-inch?
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that'll mow
Yeah.
a ball
Oh,
field
yeah.
quick.
Yeah. And you could put a frail mower with two sets of more tires on, and you can reach out and do the sides of the slopes on the road.
How much did that cost new?
About $67,000 with all the attachments. Right. Yeah.
We have a broom, power broom.
Walk behind, yes, we do. That goes on our walk behind snow blower. Yes.
I'd like to see that sometime. Do you use it on a regular basis?
We do, in the spring, to get the winter sand off the sidewalks, yes.
They also have power brooms
On the,
Right,
string trimmer.
right. Yes, I have one of them. Yeah.
Worth a damn.
It is, but it's hard on you.
Depends on what you're doing with it. I'm thinking about the entrance to Manville Road, Bittern Lane, Grant Street, where all of the sand comes down the hill, mostly for things like Noyes Road and Manville Road, because getting out onto Route 3 is so difficult for them. And the drainage on Manville, the state drainage is atrocious.
Generally, by the time, okay, that you go up there and clean that little bit of a mess up, it's easier to just take hand brooms and throw it right in the back of the truck, Joe, than it is to take the sweeper. And then you've got to dust, a lot of dust going, okay? And where you're gonna stop your pile in the middle of the road, and, it's easier and cheaper to just to go up and send a couple guys up, and they sweep it up, and they're out of there within a half an hour. Yeah. But it is good for the sidewalks. We use the sidewalks, use it on the sidewalks a lot. Yeah.
Just curious.
all right. Anything else?
Do you want to look at his budget?
Oh, I did, Catherine's not here. See? Doing all this stuff for her, and I'm gonna have to call her and tell her tomorrow what happened. I did go up to Business Park Drive with Kenny Partridge today. She asked me to go up and have him go up and look at that and give us a price of clearing it, okay?
Oh, the wooded lot.
That is correct, the wooded
Okay.
lot, yes. Him and I went up and looked at it. It is a fairly large area. Depending on what the board's idea is, yes, he could strip it all, take care of the stumps, level off with the material that he's got there. He may have to bring a little bit in, okay? Or you could do a portion of it. Do you want to clear cut the whole thing?
Right.
I don't think we would have to, okay, if we were going to use it just for our snow. But that would be the decision of the board. And maybe you want to opt to clear cut it all, but only fill in and level off the portion that we're going to use. But he'd like to know which way the thoughts of the board is, okay, so he can give you pricing according to what you'd like to do.
Would he keep the lumber?
There's not really any lumber on it, Joyce, that's worth anything. No.
Firewood. If you want to go and do it, yeah.
Yeah, very, very little, Joe. Yeah.
Well, I think we're just going to have to talk about it because we really hadn't done too much about that. We'll have to decide, how we want to treat it.
Yeah.
And I know there's also covenants that Nickerson has on that park. Those have to be read and see if there's anything in there that would prevent us from doing that.
Right.
I don't know that anybody's looked at that yet.
What, dumping snow or cutting the trees on our property? Or both?
Either
Clear-cutting.
or.
Okay.
So what does that mean about the parking lot at Business Park Drive?
Well, that's what we have to read the covenants and find out what's in them. It may just be that they're nothing but building styles and roof styles. That may be all it is. But we need to read it first and make sure before we
Time is
move
of the
forward.
essence, right?
Yes.
No, not really, Joe.
Snow's coming fast.
Yeah, but
He's going to use a parking
I'm
lot
gonna
this
use the
year.
parking lot this year.
Well, that's in Business Park Drive. I thought that was the same conversation we were just having.
We're talking about making radical changes now to the other lot to create...
Yes, well, I switched over to the
Oh.
pavement.
Okay.
I'm now on, I understand what you're saying.
And
Saying
the
if there's a
pavement-
covenant, does it
He
also
has-
include snow storage on a pavement?
That I don't know. This is why we need to read it.
Also,
I
We
don't
would have
think
to
it
read that
does,
fairly
okay,
quick
because-
before planning to do it.
right.
Well, we understand, on a temporary basis, for now anyway, if we have snow and he needs to move snow, it's going to go to the parking lot at Business Park Drive. We're going to set up the hay bales and everything around the catch basin so that we can control and keep, trash and stuff out of there.
Right.
But as far as doing anything permanent, we have to do a little investigation before we make any decisions.
I'm wondering if he has a place instead of 61 Business Park Drive right out there. If he has a place out there in the back and to the left of his property.
Oh, Nickerson?
Yeah.
I don't know, you'd have
It
to,
might be an idea.
yeah,
If,
Well,
Also,
provided we didn't have to pay him anything, so
Right.
Well, you will pay him.
then I don't want to
You
do
will
it.
pay him.
I'm curious about the Department of Environmental Services. Do we have to get some kind of special permitting to have a snow dump?
Maybe.
maybe.
Again, time is of the essence. I don't know how we proceed.
listen and see if there's something way down the end of.
Why, you don't think Business Park?
Oh, no, I'm just bringing that up.
He's just throwing it out as food for
Yeah.
thought.
She talked to Kenny Partridge, we need to make a decision on
About,
the wooded lot.
Well, I brought Kenny up today to look at it, Kathy, enlighten you because you missed some of the conversation.
oh, you did get him up there.
Yes, I did.
He gave you an estimated cost?
Well, no, he would like to know what you would like done. Would you like to clear cut the whole thing? Do we need snow storage? Maybe clear what we need, that we feel that we need for snow storage, we need the rest. These are options that he has thrown out, and I just want to
But
run it
that
by
would
the
affect
board.
the price, certainly.
Oh, exactly, Joe, yes, yes.
We'd have to decide if we're going to make a snow storage dump for eternity, so to speak. That's what we'd have to decide. What are we going to use that property for? 100% snow storage dump?
What would we do with it in the summer?
You would, you'd have to leave a buffer to be good to your neighbors around it. It's only what, 2? Is it 2 acres? 1.4? It's not much. So,
It's less than 2 acres.
so it's like
It's 1 point something.
1.4.
4 something. 1
So
point-
probably you would clear cut the whole thing, leaving a buffer. The
That's not
USDA
clear-cutting
people,
the whole thing.
the USDA people are supposed to flag the wetlands, if there are any on it,
If there are any.
if there are any. They're supposed to let us know the soil types. The problem is, so far, I haven't located anyone, and I've talked to a dozen different entities that create filtration systems. There really isn't any way to get salt out of the snow because it's already melted, unless you go through the desalinization process. So some people I've talked to, if you put a liner down and you put sand down, and that's what you put your snow on, that's what it melts into, is to recycle the sand after a while for your roads. You're spreading
It's like
salt.
putting the salt back into the sand, basically.
Right, that's what it is. But it's the only way you're going to keep the salt out of the environment,
Right.
is to put one of those bladders down, put sand on top, and do it that way,
Right.
at this point. There are all types of systems to take petroleums and
Right.
other things out, but not that. So, I mean, right now, we're in the investigating
Right.
part of it. I would ask Kenny, clear cut the whole thing. Why not? It's cheaper to have it done now
than to have
Second mold.
a half an acre done and go, geez, I wish we'd done the other half acre, now have them mobilize again. But have them, just tell them to leave 20-foot buffer. Sandy, you're our land use, what do you think?
Yeah, and they're
20-foot buffer,
at least.
25, just to be safe?
Well, I can get you whatever the setbacks would be in that particular, that's industrial. And then I would go with the setbacks.
Okay.
The other thing Sandy had suggested was that we look at the covenants of Business
Right.
Park Drive to see if there's anything.
Just to make sure there's nothing in there that we're going to end up having to,
Yep.
but that's easy enough to do.
Which then brought a thought to my mind with,
Well, and, you know, in thinking of that, I thought of, you know, it's like some of those entities might need a place to also
Right.
put snow. So we could make a little ching-ching.
Well, I know there is an area in Northfield that allows people to put their snow, and they get $5 per truckload.
I think I'd want more than $5 for truckload.
We have an ordinance against snow dumps and profit snow dumps in the town of Tilton.
In the town of Tilton or in the aquifer area?
Town of Tilton. I can't make a snow dump out behind my house and start charging people to dump their snow there, without a variance, of course. And Chairman Constantino, I have a 6 o'clock meeting at the Bow Town Hall. I anticipate being back by 7:15. And unless history, like, it's completely messed up, you'll still be here.
So in my opinion, that's what like I said, it's just an estimate.
I will, I'll have, he's supposed to stop over tomorrow.
Yeah.
And see if I did get,
You can take the stumps out,
we'll take the stumps out, that's correct, yes.
level it. Stump dump.
Got a place at his place.
Everybody has a stump dump. You got a stump
So
dump.
I'll ask him to do that, and he can figure out a price, okay?
Yep.
And leave a 20-foot buffer on the boundaries.
Yeah, I'll go downstairs and
I'd have,
That's all right, we can look at
you know,
that.
you know, if it's 20, I'd make it 25,
Yeah. Yeah,
just to be good neighbors.
okay.
we really should have a zoning ordinance up here, you know, it'd be.
I know, we keep going down after
Yeah.
it, and we should have, just have it set up here.
You just call it up.
another reason, let's write that thought
You know
down.
what, there's nothing like having it right there in print, and then you can take your pen and go, I'm gonna highlight that.
Just iPad right here, sure, here you go.
I can show it to you. I just shuffled it all in, I've been studying bankruptcy.
Mr. Pryor's here, and I'd like to address a couple of issues that he has on the highway.
On the highway?
There's a couple of things on roads.
I guess I better stick around. Come right up, sir. Oh, sure.
So this is the whole thing
That's the whole thing.
that you've added
Well, it still
sidewalk.
doesn't have the
Class 2 is, okay, all right, this is
As soon
good.
as he's finished, we'll fill you in on some of the discussion we had about the block grant monies and stuff.
No, I heard that discussion
Uh-huh, we have.
with Hills.
Okay. Just state your name and where you live.
My name is Eric Pyra. I live at 37 Cedar Street, Tilton.
Okay. There you go.
And I have a couple of concerns. The first one with in terms of winter maintenance is that I did a little research on the town's winter maintenance policy. And for the last couple of years, or since it's been instated, that they haven't plowed the full sidewalk on Cedar Street. My understanding that the sidewalk also constitutes a painted line in this town. And they plow from Cedar to the first street, which I think is Maple Court. And they don't plow beyond that, all the way up to High Street. They only plow that one part, so I'm just asking, noticing now, there seems to be more children in the area walking to the schools, and when the winter comes, they have to walk on the street. So I guess my request is to make sure that the town fully plows that sidewalk all the way up the road.
How does that list in our policy?
Right here, I have
What
it.
ranking?
It's a high priority road?
It is on the high priority.
Yes, ma'am.
Industrial
Nice.
is 30, 20, and 20.
Well, I'm gonna find, I think it's page 13.
The setbacks are 30 in the front, 20 in the sides, and 20 in the rear.
High priority, Cedar to High.
And they currently only plow Cedar to Maple.
Okay.
Let me see if I had it over there.
That's Eric's copy.
Cedar Street to High Street, high priority. And you're saying they're not plowing all of Cedar
No,
Street?
They do the the actual part of the road that's actually a true sidewalk goes from Winter Street to Maple Road, Maple Court, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And that's as far as they go. But they don't continue up along the yellow line all the way up to High Street.
We have a painted sidewalk on
Painted
Cedar Street,
sidewalk is Cedar.
and that's not being plowed.
Is it a painted sidewalk, or does that line just denote the edge of road?
Edge of road, and there's a 3-foot, 4-foot sidewalk there. Yeah.
Is it asphalted?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so there is definitely a demarcation of, it's not just a bare shoulder.
No, it's,
No.
Okay.
it's nothing against, I just,
Can we make copies of this? or-
If you want one, I can do it.
Me too, please.
Well, we have them, but they're filed away right now. It's our winter maintenance.
it's on your town website.
5. All right, so we'll ask Dennis to make that a high, when it means high priority, it means that they do all of the roads,
They've never done it.
they do all of the roads, and if they have time, they go back and,
Correct, but since you've instated this policy, I think in 2009, that section road has never been plowed by the state, or by the town, I'm sorry. They sometimes come back and wing the side of the road. The problem is, I think he might run into is, where is he gonna put the snow, because it's close to some people's houses. But
There's only a line on that
there
side.
is no, it's never been plowed by the state, or by the town.
we also have an issue because people park there as well.
Well, and you have winter parking regulations where no overnight parking is allowed on streets between November 15th and April 15th.
That is done during the
That
day.
during the day, right, that street's during the day, and there's parking on that street
Right, but
during the
there's,
day, and if they're, so you can park on that side of the street during the
they
day.
typically don't. Because
I have to walk around them when I'm walking my dogs.
you notice all the poop that
Yeah, I'll put that on the
That
bottom.
makes me angry.
There probably will be some upset residents on that street unless we carry all that snow off when we plow.
Oh, you don't have any place to plow it?
No.
It goes
Blow
right
it
on
into.
their
Right
property.
on their side, right on their front porches, their walkways.
It's, the sidewalk is literally within a foot to 2 feet of their first step of their
couple
porch.
houses, it's right to their front step.
Right, it's right to their front, and it's just going to plow them in.
Even if they don't plow it, maybe just plow it wider, so at least you can see the yellow.
Yeah, I can wing that back to give, a couple feet, but I still have to stay away from the people's property.
So you could make that traveled lane wider, so to speak, that would give pedestrians more of a,
Right.
but that still isn't.
We have a lot of high school kids middle school kids that are on Cedar Street, High Street, and Spruce Street, all in that area, High Street Extension, that walk from there out up to the Winter Street to middle school.
Right. And I know that we do the sidewalk from Winter to Maple Court. That is plowed on
Right, that's-
on a regular basis.
Right, the snow blowing and snow blowing up over that rock wall that's there.
And in the past, we've gone up and widened the road, Cedar Street, when it got narrow with the amount of snow.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
but you just never see that orange line that's
Right.
there.
Yeah. No, we can push it back as far as we feel that we're safe in doing, and, if there's time during weeks that we have some lull, we can put the snow blower on and go up and widen it out a little bit more and blow the snow in trucks.
Just do not turn the corner and add it to Maple Court. That's all I'm saying.
He was gonna dump it at the end of Maple Court.
It was, but it's all a big pile there.
Yeah. Too big of a pile.
Should we notify the residents that's going to affect? Or do you think that winging back will really impact them at all?
No, because I'm not gonna go, Catherine, right up to the edge of their lawn, okay? I'm gonna stay back a foot and a half, okay? Which would still give a couple foot sidewalk.
And then if the snow piles up, you're going to go pick it up?
I would take the snow blower up there, that's correct, yeah.
Okay.
On a day that we're not plowing,
Okay,
and blow it into the truck.
okay.
Yes. Or blow it on the opposite side of the street.
Does it come around?
I just wanted to see.
It clicked.
Please contact us if that's not working out.
My other concern, that's my only concern with the road department. My other concern is speeding on that road. I've been here before. I was kind of behind the effort to make that road one way at one point.
Right.
But I've watched it a lot lately, and it's today, if the car did stop at the last second, it would have sailed right through the intersection. My children play out there, other children play out there. It's crazy. I saw a woman on Monday just driving up the road, and by the time she stopped, she was in the middle of the intersection. It's an accident waiting to happen. Not a lot of people live at the end of High Street Extension, but now with the bridge open, there's more people coming up there. And I just noticed that people just aren't stopping at the stop sign. They're flying. The speeding is posted 20 miles per hour. And the lady today was, well close to the 40 miles per hour. I looked at her and I'm like, it's a stop sign. And she told me pleasantly I was number one. But it's getting bad again, and I don't know if we can maybe ask the town to put temporary speed bumps in. There's temporary speed bumps out there, or have higher patrols or something. I mean, I don't know.
Bob, what's your suggestion? We've gone through this before. We've had the trailer up there. It was pleasantly demolished at $1,000.
In my front yard too.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't going to bring that up.
I guess I wasn't home that day. I don't know.
So you live right on the corner of
I'm
Cedar?
on the blue ramp on the corner of Cedar and High Street. And I have a fenced-in yard. I have two small children, and they like to ride their bikes on High Street Extension because it's flat, or even down at the other end of Cedar Street, they ride their bikes sometimes. But that half hour every day between 2:30 and 3 o'clock it's just ridiculous, between people coming out of school, trying to avoid the traffic light. It's, come sit in my yard tomorrow after, you're more than welcome.
Oh, I believe you.
I'll supply the popcorn. I'll videotape it. I mean, I've been tempted to videotape it lately because it's gotten bad.
Go ahead, Chief.
I agree with them. I think the problem's still there. You know, we talked about it, last time we had the public hearings on this, there was the only person that had some issue with it was, I think, Mr. Daniels. You know, we could,
And that was his trucks, and he sold his business, so.
yeah, I mean, we could make an exception.
Now we have a logging truck coming in there.
We could make an exception for heavy commercial vehicles. You know, and actually have that on the sign. You know, this is from Winter Street to Cedar. Do not enter between the hours of 2 and 4 or 2 and 5.
We can't do that, we have a logging business that's on Cedar Street.
With the exception of,
I don't know, that's really sticky.
Is it commercial vehicles or passenger cars?
It's passenger
Passenger
cars that are
cars.
speeding.
Right.
so I mean,
I see it.
you know what I mean, with the exception of, so that he could still bring his trucks in there. You know, you can script it any way we want. You know, the other option is the speed bumps. Right now, the in-between calls, I've ordered them to do director patrols on Noise and Silver Lake. I know, there's definitely a problem over there. And I've seen that problem in other communities, and that's how they permanently stop it, is that do not enter from 2 to 4, 2 to 5. You know, with the exception of the logging trucks, we could allow them in.
If they parked next to the second house after Maple Court in the driveway, because you're blinded by the lilacs, if they park there and watch the cars come down off of Winter Street and take the corner, I mean, it's soon to be sold and soon to be, they're signing on it soon, so you'd have to, once it's sold, get permission, but I'm sure that would be a very good possibility. And it's a perfect spot because you sit there and you're coming down Winter Street and then over Cedar Street. They've already accelerated to that point because you have to accelerate to get up over the hump. Once you're up over the hump, then it's just to the end. And it's a perfect spot and you can't see. You're not going to see that. It's the house right beside where Ray
I've sat in my
Tilton,
driveway before.
right after Ray Tilton lives, and then you've got them going that way.
In the speed bumps, he has a picture of one in his folder. They're about $480. They're about 250 pounds. They're 23 feet. The only thing, like Dennis and I were talking, you have to pull them up for plowing, but
Right. I mean,
You're
that's
going
an
to have to
issue.
pull them up for the winter.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're only going to use them
In the summer.
until we get a snow report.
You're going to use it for 3 months and that's it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the snow isn't going to slow them down unless it's in the middle of a blizzard.
I mean, this is an excellent idea for the summertime. It's, spring, summer, but
isn't most the problem with, and I don't want to blame all young people for this, but kids getting out of school that are in a hurry to
it's not all young
It's
people.
people,
No, I know.
Parents, teachers,
Yeah.
everything.
people in a hurry.
3 cars in particular that I see daily,
Yeah.
and it's not kids. I mean, they're not old people, but they're not students.
Oh, I know, because we get them coming down Clark Road, too, from the schools.
I've used it sometimes,
And you've not stopped?
and not stop.
Oh, okay.
No, sir.
And you've gone 40 miles an hour?
I don't think so, because I'm actually looking at the houses.
It's really hard because when you're so used to, particularly when you're used to the area, and you go, and it's been, till we lowered the speed limit,
Right.
it took me a while to say, okay, remember to go. Especially when you're trying to arrive for a 7:30 a.m. budget meeting. It's like,
And you're leaving the house at 7:28.
no, I have to have coffee first. I'm leaving at 6:45.
So why did they restricting the hours of the flow of traffic? Why didn't that work? 'Cause I know coming out
Daniels
of the middle
Wells
school-
felt that it was prohibitive against their business because they'd be using their
They
trucks.
get their
They wouldn't
vehicles
able
would
to
be
take their
coming
big
in.
trucks in, they can't take them up say Chestnut Street and go around.
They're too
You
big.
could give them a
They're too big.
special,
This has been sold now.
you
Right.
can give that a special
To a logging
exception
outfit.
to that, just like we do with the weight limits with fuel trucks and et cetera.
Right,
We let
that's what I
them.
So
understand.
if you had a do not enter in winter at Cedar, at those hours, then they couldn't go in. They can come out, not go in.
You know, I think whatever we do has an enforcement side of this.
Yep.
I would ask the chief to come up with a couple of options that you can enforce,
Right,
because that's really what's going to make this work, is those who violate.
You have a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, you have a stop sign, they're not,
So we just have to get them out there.
yeah.
Let's get them out there.
Yeah, I mean, when we're out there, it does slow them down. To have someone there, because, you know, we'll have someone there for 2 weeks, and then they want them on Silver Lake, and then they want them on Noise, and so, yeah, I have to just keep mounting up
Exactly.
patrol to directed patrol. But I know, I mean, the people are always going to blow any kind of sign, like even if we made it do not enter between 2 and 4, but that's going to be so obvious and stand out, and, you know, we're going to enforce those too. I just think a long-term solution would be those restricted hours, but I'll act, you know, we've been on Noise Road for a couple weeks, I'll shift them back over to Cedar Street for a while.
The restricted hours would be the people that live on the streets are exempt from those restricted hours.
Nope,
So you can't go to your house between 2 and 5?
come around the other way.
So it's one-way
I've
restricted.
seen them local traffic in some towns too. You really can script it any way you want. You could have it, do not enter except local traffic. That gets a little trickier to enforce, because then you have to stop them and say, where do you live?
Where do you live?
What if you made a no left turn onto Cedar Street from Winter?
Yeah, I suggested that.
still got people that are stuck at the light, they make a left turn on the Winter Street, they're still gonna make a right turn on the Cedar Street.
Yep. Why don't you come up
But
with a plan
most of them
for it?
already know that they're gonna go up Deer Street, Peabody Street, or they're coming directly from the middle school down Winter Street and making that left on
Yeah,
the
but
Cedar.
sometimes that light, if a fire truck goes through that light, it just screws up the whole thing, it just gets backed up. You know, if you have anything that throws off that Opticon thing that,
Yeah.
you know, that emergency vehicles use, it throws the whole thing in because it cycles through, it goes into the, you know, the walking, you know, the walk, do not walk.
I know, it takes a while to get it
Yeah,
back.
and that's what backs up the afternoon traffic.
Yeah, I'll have someone over there tomorrow while we're looking at this, and
See if you can come up with a plan for it. Probably a combination of the one-way and speed bumps when we're not having snow.
Yeah, well, I know, and it leaves,
Because it's always going to be an issue. It is an exit from that traffic. It's a way out. It's an escape route.
sure, but until, you know,
And we've got to find a resolution. It's like you said, we can't afford to hire a policeman just to patrol that one street.
Right enough
But we
to
do have an issue we have to resolve. So maybe a combination of speed bump and one-way, or whatever you think you can enforce. Because that's what's going to stop them, is when we start enforcing it, and people actually get tickets.
Send them tickets.
they get tickets now, or they just get a slap on the wrist.
What's the fine?
I'll probably go.
What was the other, you said you had a couple issues.
Just doing what I do, being a resident of this town, I'd like to see this town, you know, nice downtown. I work in the travel industry, the whole hospitality industry, and one thing I don't see in this town is a lot of, and I saw a lot with the snowstorm, is social media. So I made a little Facebook page for the town so far. I just made it today, because I've been looking at other towns, but my whole goal of it is just to let people know what's going on in town, because in a time of emergency, it can be used to let people know power outages and keep people updated, because everyone today has smartphones. You know, obviously they don't have power, they can't, but they look at their smartphones and things like that, and you know, Twitter and things like that. And I do that for work. That's what I do at my full-time job, is I work on our social media, and I just thought I could just keep on my time to look at town. Do a wonderful downtown. Just like to see that.
So we can all go on Facebook now and like the town of Tilton?
Yeah, there's not much there right now, but there will be. Here.
Thank you.
Catherine doesn't do Facebook. I can tell you that right now.
She doesn't know how.
Doesn't really do Facebook
Go on there. The only thing I put on there so far is just one picture and then the
Leave one second.
information about the
So
event that you just happened to mention at the beginning of the meeting.
if you put this in, that's where it goes?
Yeah,
Right,
if you
you want-
type that right into your URL, that will take you right to that page.
So Facebook
We could put a link.
/TiltonNH.org, Tilton NH, and it bring you right to Tilton's page
Right.
on Facebook. Where is that thing that I read?
Is that the little search box that you put your information
It can
in?
be typed in now.
Well, up at the top, there's a place where it tells you the name of the page.
There is actually, there
There
is,
is the URL. This is a URL.
Oh, and you put this there?
Type it in up there and
Yeah,
click
there's-
enter
I
or
can
hit
give
the
them a
little
link
arrow
that you
key
can
and
put
off you
on
go to this
Facebook.
page.
Oh, I didn't know you could do
But if you've never been a member of Facebook, you would have to sign up to Facebook, which is free. But, Catherine, it's a good point. Now, see, the thing that we read tonight about the Thanksgiving and with what we read with Heather and the donations that we need for Thanksgiving baskets, that could go right on Facebook, and it serves a lot of people in the town of Tilton.
The people who friend us, it comes up on their page.
but like, the Tanager Outlets has, 3,000, 4,000 followers, and
Right.
that type of stuff goes
Yep.
on, it spreads the word, the businesses, it gets the word out. You can put things in there about the Christmas parade, like the holiday parade, and things like that in there, and then, meetings and whatnot, and whatever you want to do.
So you can just, so if you wanted to put in for your Christmas parade, all you would do is go in and type it and send. That's it.
You mean the park commissioners would do that,
Exactly.
Or
right?
you can send it to me and I'll put it on there.
So this wouldn't be a town
Well, you can
Facebook
make
page?
it a town, right now it's facebook.com/TiltonNH.
That's what about content. So we have control over our website,
Yep.
whereas on a Facebook page, if it's a town.
Well,
Tilton,
I
they
can
see it.
make whoever,
Securities.
I can make someone a designated as an administrator for the page, and they can edit content as well. So I can like it, you can post things or stuff like that.
And more people would look at a Facebook page than our website.
Yeah, well, people are on Facebook all the time. They look at things at work, or they see something, scroll up while they're at work, or, start sitting in traffic and looking at their phone or Facebook, and while they're driving, they see something that might interest them, or they show that you can make an event and invite everyone that's on there to an event, and then, people say they're going or not. I can go back and tell you more about that.
Okay. So, I like the idea. I do. Do we have your contact information? Can you just at least write your number down so I can... Chief, you're going to get with Eric and let him know what, and you're going to look at the area for the traffic
Can you have something for us next week? Is it, no, week after?
Tuesday.
After, or Tuesday?
Tuesday's the final budget and selectmen's meeting.
Okay. Is that too
Well,
soon? Is Tuesday too soon?
Yeah,
Thank
I'd like to have a week of patrols over there. And I imagine they're going out for the holidays, the kids.
Yeah, they want some Monday and Tuesday.
Is that 7:37?
Typically one.
So, 2 weeks from
Full
today.
one, right? Okay, great.
So, The next Thursday night selectmen's meeting, the chief
Next
will
Thursday?
plan?
night? Yep. Catherine, can you put the chief on the agenda for us? Great. Thank you, Eric. And a week from Thursday.
And which committee have we got you on?
Hey, we have an opening in the planning
As long as you
board.
have candy on it, I don't care.
We have an opening in the planning board, we have an opening in the, zoning?
No, zoning's full right now. They don't have any alternates, but they have a full board.
Planning board.
Planning?
Planning,
Do we
planning,
have
Eric.
anybody on the school budget committee?
Yep.
School budget committee, we need somebody? We're really
That's
looking
a-
for somebody
that's
for
a
the
big
school
one.
budget committee. Because we have no, oh, we have one representation. Tim's on it.
Oh,
What
Wayne's on
happened to
it.
Wayne Brock?
Oh, I didn't know Tim joined. Wayne's on it. Tim joined?
I thought Tim was joining.
He was on it last year, but other than that,
You're welcome. We'd love to see you
Thank you
serve
very
on some
much.
committees. That would be great. We'd love to have you.
I'll come by tomorrow.
You have some great,
Facebook thing.
okay,
Excellent.
Are
great.
you in the office tomorrow?
In the
Over and
afternoon.
out.
In the
In and out.
I'm on vacation.
They'll give you my cell phone number. I won't be far away. All right.
Anybody put something on.
Did you see that?
Okay.
Good night. We need to check out that budget committee vacancy. Ooh.
I just found that interesting.
This here?
Yeah. He's got it written in several places in there.
You said?
Yep.
Where's the other place?
Look on her timesheet.
Enough is enough. This is really making me angry.
And then,
Okay.
you want to do that first? We can look at this later. But anyway, I just found it so interesting. Bottom lip is kind of hanging out a little bit.
This is not him.
I know. But it's well documented, isn't it? And then in the front,
Check register, check register. So where are these?
and then, let me, where's this other one?
These are these. Jesus
There was another one, but we'll look for it later. All right.
Fired up on that. I said you just fired me up on that.
Sorry.
I'm looking for my write-up.
Oh, there, is that all it? The stuff's on underneath.
So we have, anybody see the checks for these? There? I can only find these.
Give me the back, because I looked at them.
Oh. And if you want to hand me the stacks, if anyone wants paperwork, I'll pass it out while you're reading. Let me have that other set.
Just the one that I'm reading now.
The script part. Where it says Selectman Constantino, she needs people to sign. So I'll take care of this. Hand me that other packet there. Oh, I can pass these out and get people to sign. Well, just a few people here.
Okay, it's time to open up a public hearing. Public meeting notice. I'd like to call this public meeting to order at 6:05 PM. The town of Tilton is applying for an EPA Brownsfield cleanup grant for the cleanup of the environmental contaminants on 180 East Main Street, Tilton, New Hampshire, formerly known as Ernie's Auto Sales Property, map lot U471. The cleanup grant will be for the remediation of contaminated soils and removal of hazardous building materials from the site. A draft of the application and the draft analysis of Brownsfield cleanup and alternatives is available for public review and comment from November 14th through November 28th, 2011. Updates and revisions will continue to be posted on the town website, www.tiltonnh.org, and also are available here at the town hall. We would like to obtain your feedback on the proposal, which will assist the town in preparing the grant application. Tonight, we have Rick Silverberg to explain the application process in the vision of the redeveloped parcel. He is the chairman of the Winnipesaukee River Trail Association. We are also very fortunate to have Rick Vandenberg. He's not here quite yet. He's coming. Associates, who is the consultant engineer firm working with the Lakes Region Planning Commission Brownfield Program. He is also available to answer any of the technical questions you may have. So I will open the public hearing. Rick, if you want to explain what this is all about, Joyce will chime in when you can. Just tell the folks what it's about, but you have to speak into one of the mics.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to help with this project. The site at that address on Main Street is a great location for a little green space near the center of town. And certainly we're all interested in getting it cleaned up so that the environmental factors there are not of danger to anybody. It also provides the opportunity for a landing on this side of the river for a bridge that will connect the two halves of the Winnipesaukee River Trail, which gives additional recreational access and alternative transportation use along that river corridor from Franklin through Tilton. So this particular grant is a special section of a EPA Brownfields grant, and the piece that the town is applying for, and Winnipesaukee River Trail Association was pleased to be able to assist with this effort, is the specific part of the Brownfields grant that's for cleaning up. And as you mentioned in your initial reading of the meeting notice, there are contaminants in the site, in the building materials, and there are some in the soil. So there are several components to the grant process. Joyce and I and Rip Patton from Crederi Associates attended the pre-application meeting that was held by the representatives from the Federal Environmental Protection Agency in Manchester a few weeks ago, and got briefed and updated on all the requirements for the grant, and then met and started the process of developing the grant application. The grant application has three major components to it. One is what's called a pre-certification process, where the town has certain information about the site. It's come from the purchase, it's come from the Level 1 and Level 2 environmental assessments that Crederi Associates was able to do with grants through Lakes Region Planning Commission. So that first part was assembled, and Joyce worked on that with Rick Vandenberg and Rip Patton from Crederi Associates. And it's been determined that we do meet the initial criteria for review by us. We now have to include that with the submission to the federal EPA and see if they concur. That's the first part of the grant process. The second part of the grant process is they ask you to develop, if you will, a vision of what it is you plan to do with the site. And given that this is a cleanup grant, they say you need to explain very carefully what it is you're cleaning up and why that's important to the town and to the region. So the site as we said, has some contaminants on it, and in its current use and current contaminated state, can't really be used and does pose some potential problems if people go on the site and get into the building or something, so it needs to be remediated. Part of that includes removing the buildings and their contents and disposing of them appropriately. The other part is to clean the soil and remove, as they called it, their technical term, not mine, the dirty dirt. And I was surprised when the EPA used that term, but that's what they kept referring to it as. So what would happen is, in the plan, we've specified that there would be a special type of review. Joyce, help me, what's it called? The
ABCH.
ABCH.
It's right here. This is brand new. This is brand new requirement. Analysis of brownfields cleanup alternatives and remedial action plans.
Crederi Associates was able to do that for us, for the town, with, again, the grant support from the Lakes Region Planning Commission. So this has been a very good joint effort with lots of people working on it. That preliminary report essentially says that there's significant amount of contaminants and shows that it meets the requirement to apply for this type of a brownfield cleanup grant. When we go to the next phase of this, after we submit the grant, the EPA would review that preliminary report along with other material, and if they approve the grant for overall funding, it would include funding to do the larger scale report of that whole cleanup, and also say what happens in the future, and include money in it for the monitoring and the other things of that sort. The third part of the grant application is where you actually write a narrative that includes a section on the vision of what you think the property would look like after it's cleaned up. And that has included in it a verbal description of the plot plan that the Select Board had reviewed with the changes that you had all suggested. Rip Patton and Crederi Associates redrew it. The grant application does not allow for an actual picture or floor plan or plot plan to be included. So we gave a verbal description that describes the size, the perimeters, the bounds, the boundaries, where it borders, and what's on the property now by approximately how many square feet are paved, how many square feet are gravel, how much is occupied by the buildings, and some more verbal description about where some of the other contaminants lie. And then explains that the vision is that after all of those are removed, that this green space would be established, and that the green space would have a small parking area with approximately 12 vehicles. It would be gravel, so it would be a permeable surface, that there would be a pathway from the parking area down towards where the bridge comes across, and that the final determination of where the bridge lands is yet to be determined with the other engineers working on the bridge, and that there would be the connection to the other parts of the trail, and then potentially a small boat, rooftop car top boat landing, so that all of the various potentials for recreation and alternative transportation could be used. And then, as the Select Board had indicated, we drew into the plan, Crederi Associates incorporated into the plan, those other things that would be part of that green space. So that whole description goes in as part of the grant. And what's further explained is that green space, once it's developed, gives some things to the town that it doesn't currently have. It gives you access to the Winnipesaukee River Trail. It gives you another boat access to the river, which the kayakers and canoers very much are interested in. It gives you just a quiet green space so close to the center of town that people can sit in and relax in the middle of the day or take a walk, and that it also has removed those contaminants so that there's one less environmental hazard to be of concern with. And in this particular case, a building which is dangerous in its current state gets to be removed. The way the grant is structured, it allows for, and we describe how we would actually go about restoring the site and getting it ready for those future uses. So that's a big piece of the second part of the grant, which is where you explain how you bring the site back to a use that's available for another purpose. And we explain that there would be money from the grant used to remove the contaminants, and then some of the money from the grant is used to bring in other soil to fill it to the appropriate level, and then to grade it off and get it ready for future use, including some seeding and loaming to make sure you don't have the wind blowing the soil around and having that other dust nuisance. And that gets you very close to being ready for the future uses. They then ask you to explain budgetarily how this would all work. And there are phases to the process, so those are detailed in the plan, and it explains in a reasonable timeline that there's additional engineering work that's done, that there's then a process of finding appropriate contractors to do the work, that there's a process that you go through then to actually remove the contaminants, then to remove the buildings, and then to start to get the soil that needs to be removed, the dirty dirt dug up. Then the other fill that needs to come back in is brought back in, and things are brought to appropriate levels. And the way this one is explained, because part of the restoration can include bringing in the gravel for the new parking area, that's specified that we would do that. Because part of it can include that topsoil, that's specified right in there that would be part of it. So that you get a lot out of the cleanup grant. It's a lot more than just the cleanup. The other piece that they really ask you to explain is what are some of the things that are going on in Tilton that are needs, both in terms of economic and health and human service. And we all always try to paint the best picture we possibly can of our towns. But in this case, the EPA made a special point that said, remember, you're not acting in the role you're normally in of trying to paint that picture. You're trying to help the federal regulatory body make a decision whether you have a need for the grant. So they said you need to state very precisely and very honestly the statistics you can gather from Office of State Planning, Health and Human Services, and other places. What are the levels of contamination? What are some of the social things in the community, like the number of elderly or the number of people that have very low income, and that those are important factors that they consider in looking at awarding these grants. And then to explain in detail the contaminants on the site. Crederi Associates has put together a very detailed explanation of all the contaminants. And then another piece where you explain what are some of the health needs or health risks in the community. So the tact that we took with this one was to look at, in the overall community, what are some of the risks for health. And they didn't necessarily have to come from the contaminants on the site. They're just things that are high health risk indicators in the community. And in Tilton and the surrounding towns, there are higher than state averages and much higher than national averages levels of diabetes and cardiovascular disease. So the story that we weave is to explain those and cite the statistics from state census and State Department of Public Health, and then explain that this type of a vest pocket park with access to the trail helps you to help people to take control of their lives and walk and ride their bicycle and boat and be outside and relax, which greatly helps with cardiovascular disease and diabetes. And that having the vest pocket park next to the water also helps with just stress reduction from all of our busy lives. And the thing that we see in places where Winnipesaukee River Trail has already helped with some other parks like this is people will go out and just sit in the park, take a little walk, and sit there at lunch hour or for a break in the middle of the day and it relieves stress. And that's helpful in terms of helping people be more relaxed and more productive, which also helps with cardiovascular disease and diabetes and those things. So we painted that story, cited some of those other studies, and put that all together. There are then some pieces in the budget that explain which parts are cash that you're asking them to give you as the grant. And they expect in all of these grants that there will be a 40%, $40,000, 20% cost share. So on the $200,000 grants, a $40,000 cost share. So if we ask for the full $200,000 from them, we have to show another $40,000 worth of cost share for match. There are several different ways to approach that, and they explained very thoroughly at the session we went to in Manchester that you can show in-kind contributions for those. So if there are services that are being done by the town as part of the project that they are willing to give to the project and not ask to be reimbursed for, those count as part of the cost match. If there are things that other volunteer groups do, such as Winnipesaukee River Trail or one of the other groups that are willing to give and do labor or do assistance with other things, those all count in the cost match. And then after that, if you're finding you still don't have enough cost match and there isn't some other source of funding, you can ask for a waiver to some of the cost match. And we asked them lots of questions about whether or not that was a deterring factor in them awarding the grant, and they made it very clear that it was not. That they very clearly recognized that a lot of small towns have difficulty raising the cash to match, and that's why the waiver provision was put in there, and gave us several examples of grants that were awarded in the past several years that asked for either a full or a partial waiver of the cost match, and were able to give some as in kind, and that was quite satisfactory, and that people were able to get the grant. So the place that we're at now is we've got the draft of that assembled. We're still working on putting together some of the different exhibits that have some of the detailed statistics and working on some of the details of the budget. And we're getting very close to having a product that we'll be able to submit by the deadline at the end of November.
Very good.
Doesn't that have to be available before then, before the deadline?
The draft needed to be out. So Joyce
Yeah, it's
had a
on the
draft
website.
early in the week, and it's already up on the website in draft
It is
form.
now?
It's a working draft.
There are some parts that are grayed out that says these may change.
That's on the Tilton website?
We did,
Be revised as we put it together. I think the other thing that's important that they stressed at the workshop is that the more we can tie this project in with economic development, not so much job creation, but in bringing people into our downtown to revitalize our downtown area. There are, more quality of life issues, and anything that we can do that would qualify as sustainability, that's another big one. So you'll probably see a lot of language in there about that. The fact that the more we can encourage people to be healthy and use the parcel and use the trail would mean fewer vehicles traveling along Route 3 and 11, which means fewer carbon emissions. So the more we can, in this story that we're weaving, is to tie all those components together so that it will be an interesting document for these technicians to read, and the better our chances are. It's highly, highly competitive. They couldn't stress that enough at the workshop. There's just so little money available for these cleanup grants, but we're giving it our best shot.
Did they happen to outline to you, on average, how many organizations apply for this grant and what percentage are actually awarded?
they did, and I did not bring that sheet along, but I remember roughly, it was about a fifth of the
About
groups.
20%
Yeah.
are awarded.
Yep.
There's
I would have liked to have seen a higher number, but I guess you gotta go with what you've got.
There's different programs. They have assessment programs, they have revolving grant program, revolving fund programs, and then the actual cleanup grants. They're all in this one pot of money that's coming out in this grant.
We did ask whether other grants that were being submitted by other groups in the region would have any impact, and they said it's competitive on an individual basis, not with any particular number by region, but we also know that nobody else in the Lakes Region Planning Commission was applying for a cleanup grant. Franklin's applying for a planning grant, and the Lakes Region Planning Commission is applying for one of the type that only they can apply for planning, to help other groups like they helped with us with the assessments and the pre-planning.
This is the, so the other side of the coin here that we haven't touched on is that what happens, when do you find out whether or not you have the grant? And what happens if you don't get the grant?
The grant is due into them in the end of November. They have a number of months to review it, and they make their decision in...
You said May.
Yeah,
May?
late May.
They said May last year, but it
Yeah.
ended up being June.
So if we find out in May or June that we got the grant, that's still within the timeline that we had all discussed of cleaning up the site and tearing down the building next summer. If we don't get the grant, collective we, then we go back to the previous discussion, which is we have to use funds from other sources to do the cleanup and tear down the building. So that's still an option, but that means that that money would not be available for match for the other grant for the bridge construction, and we would have more funds we'd have to raise for the match for that.
I'm surprised to hear June, because we were told when we made the decision to do this, it was March that we would know when it was going to be. Now we're hearing June. It's great work. It's phenomenal work to put something like this together, to get that kind of a grant. I hope we get it, but I'm just concerned with the amount of, I think, personally, I'm concerned because we as selectmen voted and made a very difficult decision to okay not tearing down the building as that was discussed and agreed upon with the Conservation Commission to allow an extension to be able to get this grant, and I'm hoping that this will take care of it in June, which is great. Chuck?
Would it help if anyone were to write letters of support?
Well, in the application, they do require, they call them community-based organizations, and which we have 5. We have the Health First, we have CCNTR, we have the Winnipesaukee Trails Association, we have the Tilton Main Street Program, and the Belknap County Economic Development Corporation.
And Lakes Region Healthcare is writing one as well.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay. Any unit of government, though, is not considered like the Conservation Commission is disqualified because it's not a community-based organization. It's a unit of government, extension of government, I should say.
And in those letters, they ask for not only support, but if the organization can say what they're committed to doing to help, that's listed as well. So, for example, in the one from Winnipesaukee River Trail Association, we said that we were going to be available to assist with every step of the project with volunteer hours. and that we would be continuing to work on writing the proposals, writing the other things, working with other parts. And then in the later stages of the proposal, when we get to that point where we actually are doing the restoration, we talked about some of the things that could be done by volunteers. And I think you all know when you break out the loam and start scattering the grass seed, that's a great job for volunteers. So we wrote that in that way, and we're going to try to put a value on that. And that's good for building community spirit, because people get out there, they get involved, and they see the grass grow, and they say, hey, gee, I helped with that.
What about entities like Tilton School? Would that,
Unfortunately, they're still considered a unit of government. So they...
private school?
Oh, no, not Tilton School. Sorry, Tilton
Prep
School, Prep School. We could ask for a letter if there was something specific that they were going to volunteer to help us with. So we could certainly pursue that.
I think some of the things that, they rank everything, it's strictly point-based. The fact that we're doing green space, the fact that we have strong community-based organizations, the fact that we've got a good track record with Riverfront Park cleanup, there's going to be a lot of attention given to that in the grant, so we have, a success there. And there, I'm pulling a cane here.
The fact that it's connecting to...
Perry does it too.
Yeah, the other part that's important was it's connecting to alternative transportation
Yes, the
trail.
transportation, and that we're intertwined with these other communities.
Right.
So hopefully that's going to give us enough points.
Yeah.
You've been saying it so well, I don't think I've had to add anything. The one thing I will say about the grant and the timing of the award, when I first started doing this work, grant awards would historically come out in the first week of April. And I think that if you were to ask EPA, they would tell you that they endeavor to get those awards out as soon as they know. The problem is that since 1995, when the program started, the grant application process has become so competitive, and there's so many submissions, it takes them longer and longer to sort of get through them. What happens is your application will be submitted to EPA Region 1, which is the Northeast, and they go through the first part of the grant, which is the threshold criteria to make sure that it meets those. Those parts are either pass-fail. And once you move on to that, then your grant application gets farmed out to another region for review. You probably already said this earlier. I apologize for repeating myself. But as long as you have a compelling story about Tilton, New Hampshire, and what your plans are, and they come across as genuine and real, I think that percentage-wise, the grants that we've assisted with and the programs that we've been involved in tend to do a little bit better. Not to try to be a little more optimistic. I want to be optimistic because I think you have a good story. But I think Rip could tell, the owner of our company could tell you for sure, but I think our percentage is higher than that. I think it's more like, in the last 4 years alone, we've assisted in writing $8 million worth of successful grants. So, there certainly are a number of them that we haven't gotten. But as long as you stay after it, you can get this money. Because the one thing they'll do, if you don't get this money right away, and you say, for example, you need to take the building down, and that portion comes out, the project could sit there and wait for you to get that grant. Because if you resubmit the following year, and I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying as long as you have a story and you get EPA guidance after the fact, they tell you sort of what you needed to do differently. So you can always work on that. And it's good money. It's good money, and it comes from a reliable source. And the nice thing about it, when it comes to your project, a lot of the costs for the finished product of your park end up being eligible cleanup costs. So some of the finished park ends up being deemed as cleanup, which is tremendous.
Does this exclude you from any piggyback onto any other grants along the way?
No, in fact, they ask in one place, and I wrote this section last week, it says leveraging. What are you going to do to leverage other funds with this project? So there was a perfect opportunity to explain that the Winnipesaukee River Trail Association had already written and received those big T21 grants for the construction of the bridge, and that those bridge grants, the construction for bridge, don't allow you to use this as match, but when they're asking leveraging, that's not match. That's what are the other funds from what other sources? So we're able to explain the grants we already had for the bridge from the T21 funds through the Department of Transportation on the federal level, and then the grants we've got from the private ones. We got another grant from Franklin Savings Bank, specifically towards match for the bridge. There was some money raised from the Taste of the Trails program that will go towards the various matches for the different maintenance pieces. There were other grants that we've written to other smaller foundations that we've received. So we've got $65,000 towards the match for the bridge now, and we're continuing to work on that. So we've already got enough that we met the threshold to start on some of the engineering for the bridge. And that's a very positive thing when you talk in this grant about the leveraging.
So you're that much further ahead of the program, now you have this.
That's
Okay.
right. They can see that you're not just doing the cleanup first and then waiting to get money
Right,
from somewhere
right,
else to make the connection, but that you've already got money for some of the other use, and that you're moving forward with everything all together.
Absolutely, okay.
And that they also like it when they can see that you have a vision for
Right.
something that's really going to have an impact on the community.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments or concerns? Does have to be does this have to be open for an hour? Doesn't have to be, it's not required? Okay, I'll declare the public meeting closed, and thank you very much, Rick, for coming here and speaking, and also for writing, Joyce, also for writing this
Yes.
amazing job.
Rick,
And
yes.
Rick, thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes. That's good.
Approval of 929. Catherine, on page 3, halfway down, when you talk about the co-op meeting, you have Mr. Crusher's name spelled incorrectly. It's okay at the top, but not on the... There's a couple of them that are...
Did you bring this up? Did you motion this for?
Nope, I just said, looking at it.
Oh.
You don't really have to motion it
That's true.
to look at it, it's just motion to accept it.
Right.
As corrected, or...
Okay.
Do we really want this in the minutes?
No. We don't, under the circumstances.
I suggest for legality reasons, if any, that on page 6, that for future reference, that we eliminate on the second to the last paragraph, beginning with Dennis, that we eliminate that sentence. Is the board okay with that?
You know what she's talking about?
I just have a question that just came to mind. If I don't ask it now, I'll forget it. Joyce, did we ever receive a bill for the parking permits? Do you remember what it was? Did it exceed $320? On page 8, fifth paragraph down, starting with Selectman Jessamine, I believe the number of the street is incorrect. Okay. It should be Johanna, correct? The second sentence.
Shouldn't it be our governor's counselor, Ray Burton? And that same paragraph about Joanna.
Right.
Yeah,
Executive Council, correct. Good catch. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as corrected.
Second?
Any comments, questions, or concerns? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't remember us making a decision on that. I thought this is the one that was the, Joyce, can you come up to the table for a second?
I remember we did come to a conclusion. It was for 1 year. It was for only 1 year.
Did we make a motion to pay 2009? Did you ask Peter Phillips on that?
On Perillo, no.
It wasn't. It's from, if I can run down and grab the
I don't
file.
remember that.
What's that?
It was 1 year. We didn't agree to all the years, it was just 1 year.
Right.
If it was detailed. If it was detailed.
Yeah, excuse
But that 2009 from detail work, it was from him filling in for absent other officers. It wasn't detail. It was true overtime work for the town of Tilton. But the other years was from detail work, which was not working for the town of Tilton.
Right. There's a section there saying the selectmen can do whatever they want. It's up to the selectmen's discretion. If there's a question.
Well, we followed Philip's rule.
Yeah.
Those are the years were not hours worked for the town of Tilton.
Right.
1 year was, because he was filling in.
Right. So we said it was just the 1 year then, right?
Just the one.
Yeah.
Just 2 seconds, I can break the file.
We also asked to make sure that he understood.
And also, it says, see attached notice of decision by the chief. Where's that? Did you find it?
very upset with this. This is an issue.
Is there something in there from him? And I missed it?
All right, end of year, I see attached notice of decision from chief.
I didn't see it in there, that's why.
Joyce, it says, see attached notice of decision from chief.
I slid it into the legal file. Because I didn't want to put it in
The attached notice?
This is the motion. I go to 6:30 on the tape, it's there.
Okay. But it was just the 40 hours for the 1 year.
Does it say 2009?
Yeah.
2009 rate.
Yep.
40 hours at 2009.
Right. I'm gonna go down and get some water. Do you need any more water?
Yeah, I'll take some.
Catherine, do you want some water?
No, no, thank you.
Thanks.
Where is this check amount, though? There's nothing in here. I mean, that's an exception report, but there's nothing in here at all that says that we paid him. Shouldn't we have something in here?
It shows our vote, or it shows the canceled check, or...
That what? I mean, here's an exception report for pay date 11/16.
There's nothing to back it up.
There's nothing at all in here at all.
Should be some documentation to back it up.
Well, this is, I want documentation before I sign this.
Oh, yeah, it definitely should be in there.
He's out on disability. Joyce, can you find me the documentation that goes along with that paycheck in here? There's nothing that...
Probably the letter.
No, not the letter. I mean, there's
Nothing that supports our decision.
There's nothing here that tells me that it's been paid. There's nothing, there's no slip from the chief, there's no, nothing. There's no time sheet, there's no, I mean, the letter's not, I have a letter. That's not documentation to cut a paycheck. There has to be a request from a department head.
I had given that to Tim. This was on November 7th.
We still, Chief, we do not have any documentation from you whatsoever to pay our decision for 2009.
From me to the board?
Correct. So that check better not go out until we get the money, get the documentation that supports that from the department head.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that, we're talking about that individually?
Right. This is a motion, and it was second, and it was adopted, but
Right, but
here's the payroll here,
Right.
and there's nothing to back up payroll of that money's going out.
Right. When I had asked for, we needed something in writing from the chief, that was the letter I was given. Well, actually, it was given to Tim.
We need something something like this, and then written 2009 per the Board of Selectmen's motion, something to that
Okay.
effect,
All right.
in here, so this can go in the file. There's nothing that's going to back us up for sending a check out.
Okay. And this wasn't included in there.
No, there's nothing
All right.
at all, except that statement, and I had to ask to get that. I understand why you put it in here. I'm okay with that. Thank you. I think we should have a discussion about exception reports. Or I'm ready to make a motion to go right back to zero. And then there will be no petty,
Right,
I'll keep track of this and you keep track of that.
right.
I'm done with it.
Oh, I understand.
I am so done with it, it isn't funny.
But I think what we came up with, I do have them if we touch on it in non-public. I think what we came up with is pretty simple, straightforward.
Yep. Okay, Bob, we're ready for you, I think, if you're ready for us. Get this out of your way.
Dinner.
Man, freaking cold.
It's dinner. It'll keep me awake.
Whoppers.
Thank you.
Said I was ready.
It's looking for
My draft 4.
You looking for this?
The draft 4.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I have another one.
I have it in my pile, it's just a matter of getting to it. Got it.
You got it?
Okay.
All right,
I'm ready.
you're on.
Where do I start?
Yeah.
We have a park. I'm assuming you received copies of our budget and everything.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
On the
Page
back page.
A22. Not at the bottom, it's on the side.
Got it. Okay.
Start off with Riverfront. The estimated year 2011 expenditures are what we estimate at the end of December we're going to have spent for each of these items and everything. So we estimated 1,500. We budgeted for 2,000. The increase over this year's budget was $500 to cover the electricity that's going to be needed next summer once we're in the process of installing irrigation right now. So we'll need electricity to run that irrigation, and we estimated $500. Sewer was $104 this year. We estimated 120. That was 4 payments of 30, based on a inside report, shall we say, that we got that the sewer rates are probably going up next year. So.
Look at me in that, Tom. 80 to 100 million in work. Right over that way.
So.
Take care of it.
Franklin, we're trying to.
So consequently, we budgeted 120 for it. $126 for the water was just what we paid this year. We don't foresee an increase there, but maybe there will be, but we can absorb it through other things. Cleaning came to $1,605 this year. I'm expecting he's going to come in higher next year.
We have a number. Joyce, we do have
The breakdown for the cleaning?
for cleaning, for,
Yes, you go to page A8
Yep.
in your budget book. Do you have copies?
okay, we have a number for you for 1230.
1230, so it's going down.
No, hold on.
Let's check this one out.
1610 total, because you have supplies.
Yep, down here.
1610, okay.
Because it's 380 for, budgeted for janitorial supplies. So it's 1610.
So we're going up $5.
Oh, wait a minute, but that includes the $380 for cleaning supplies too?
Yes.
Those are his cleaning supplies. They're not necessarily supplies that we use at Riverfront Park, right?
That's what
Correct.
he uses to clean with, right?
He uses to clean the bathrooms.
Right.
But don't we usually keep some incidentals over there for our own use?
We have some, but they're not using a whole lot of it.
That's always been a
Well, so that
problem.
your janitorial supplies you wouldn't really need, except to wipe tables off and stuff, right?
Well, who's supplying soap and
I'm
paper
making
towel?
Okay.
Well, we're looking at
That comes
buying that
under-
in bulk, but it would be charged to your account.
Yeah, the only supplies he's
So you would
covering
still need to
are the
do that.
actual cleanings, the floor cleaners, wall cleaners, glass cleaners.
Right.
Right.
So
soap.
disinfection, infectants,
Toilet cleaner.
and things like that would all be, he would use.
There was always a little emergency cachet for those unexpected events.
Right.
So what is he cleaning in town? Just half?
Town hall
Just town hall and the...
and the
PD.
PD. Town hall, PD, in
And half the
Riverfront.
supplies out of that 760 are for Riverfront?
It's a dirty place.
It's true, but I don't see him cleaning.
What are you talking about? Where? I didn't see that.
Well, I see a total...
No, the police is 760, the town hall's 901.
Okay, I'm reading it.
So 380 out of $2,041 is
Yeah,
Riverfront.
that's more...
Appropriate.
No, I saw a 760 and off to the side 380, and I'm just looking...
Is this why our sewer's going up?
The County of Daily Sun.
Just want to know this.
You don't read the Sun.
That was a good one. Busted.
I'm going to get it back soon, I know.
Yeah.
Is there a shut off at everybody's house? You can just go shut the sewer off?
Yeah, shut off your water.
Trust me, mine happens often. A neighbor. Okay.
Okay, so our cleaning will go down to 1610 instead of the 1800, so.
Well, okay, so you have, your cleaning supplies are your toilet paper and paper goods and all of that for your different places, correct?
Yeah, what makes up your cleaning supplies here, the 380? Is that over and above, like paper towels and stuff that you keep there, or that toilet paper, or?
Get hand soaps, paper towels,
I
toilet
think
paper.
that's the, we had 379.
Yeah.
So I would recommend to keep that the same, because the cleaning supplies, unless you're buying actual cleaning supplies to do it, to do the cleaning with,
It would be the paper products.
it would,
Right.
if it's a paper,
But I think we bought enough this year that we can make it through next year,
I think it's
based on what we're seeing
not
for
safe.
usage. Or lack thereof. Don't shake anyone's hands over there.
Yeah. Okay. The cleaning supplies, the 379, was the stainless steel cleaner and the janitorial supplies, the toilet paper, the soap for the soap dispensers, as well as the stainless steel cleaner that he uses to clean the kitchen.
okay. So
He
minus
couldn't-
the stainless steel cleaner, you still need those products, that's what
He cannot get the stainless
Yeah.
steel
We buy it.
cleaner
He uses.
from
So-
any of his
okay.
sources. The only source that we could get that from was Johnson's, where we're buying the paper products now. So
Right.
consequently, we said, well, it's not that, I mean, the stainless steel cleaner for a year's supply was $46, so it's not a big item there. So, yes, the 380 in cleaning supplies we will keep, and that's
Turn this microphone around.
this one. Okay.
Much
Thought it
better.
was this one,
I
much
thought it
better.
was Thor coming through the ceiling.
Okay,
Since
security.
you brought that up, that the park commissioners are buying their supplies from Johnson. The town is now buying their supplies from Cisco.
Okay.
As the park commissioners, are they going to continue to buy their products from Johnson?
I guess I would have to defer and
Does anybody have that price comparison sheet that Joe gave us?
I don't know that I have it with me. I'll check.
I know where mine is in the backseat of my truck.
we go wherever we could get the cheapest products. The only product that I'd rather not change again is the paper towels and the soap, because it seems like each time you change suppliers, you gotta change
The unit.
dispensers.
Cisco supplies them and installs them, right?
Yeah, when I spoke to the representative today, he said not to worry if our dispensers of soap and hand towels don't match their product, their manufacturer will come and install new dispensers at no cost.
Oh,
As long as they take old ones out, because we already got 2 paper towels.
I know, your bathroom down here is crazy. Oh, which one do I want to use today?
IRS?
No, I don't, but he's coming back with the catalog, and he said he would take the list that we had of our products, he'll match them up with their products so that we would be purchasing.
Okay. Have you looked at Johnson also or not?
I believe Joe did.
He did.
Joe looked at
Overall,
several.
Cisco was less.
It was
I mean, there
cheaper.
were some things that Johnson was less, and some things that Hilliard was less, but overall, Cisco was lower.
Is the other issue being if they're looking for a certain volume, we're not using anywhere near what we anticipated.
Yeah.
Which goes back to not shaking anybody's hand over there.
well,
So the commissioners are meeting again on Monday, correct?
not this month.
Well, the following Monday, the
Following
last Monday of the month.
Yes.
We are?
Okay, I wasn't even there, and I know that.
The 28th? I didn't think so, because I've got a fire district budget meeting that night.
Oh, here, I got it.
The 28th is the last Monday of the month.
No, we were doing the Wednesday.
Oh, we're going back, okay. I gave you the wrong
Joe had the
information.
spreadsheet?
You can do the 28th, I've got a budget meeting that night.
So
I got a bunch of-
it's Wednesday, the 30th?
30th.
We can change it if that's an issue.
So I will try to be there. I'm getting better.
I have to be at the,
Hopefully, I'll be able to drive by that time.
depending on what's going on, I will typically be at the budget committee meeting. So if you can't be there, let me know. Maybe Pat can go to the budget and I can go to the, as long as there's a selectman one. So you could make a decision on whether or not you wanted to go with Cisco.
Yeah, I mean, we're not tied to just the parade and everything.
By the way, this got dumped on me.
Can
You
we get the price comparison? Because if we're doing just paper towels and soap predominantly and Johnson's cheaper, it would seem foolish for us to switch.
Joyce, can you scan that price comparison sheet that Joe gave us in?
Okay. Go do that now?
And, well,
We got one.
oh, we got one.
We just got one.
Oh, look at that, Sandy's all over it. I should have known. Thank you, Sandy.
Yep.
There you go.
Did you need a copy?
Get an extra, I'll look at it now. I'd looked at mine the other day again.
I can
Thank
make
you.
more. Norm, do you need a copy? I'll make more.
Copy of what?
This is the list that we got when Joe did the
I
compare.
don't need another copy. I know I've got
Okay.
it, I just haven't got it with me.
Okay.
But the toilet tissue is Cisco,
Well, the other thing is,
and it's by way more than what we save on the hand towels from Johnson, so.
what will you say? The other thing is if you look, if you go and get it, pick it up at a store, you may find it just as cheap at a store. I don't know.
Okay, well, we can,
It gives you the list anyway, so you
yes,
can...
thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Just when you get a chance. Couple questions come up, so Catherine knows, but she said I should talk to you.
I found my list. I made him copies so that comparison.
So those are
The
latex
numbers
gloves
Joe gave us.
as opposed to non-latex?
When's the best time to call you?
CSI, crime scene investigation.
We got one of the teachers in high school who's highly allergic. You come in with a latex balloon, it's expensive.
The hospitals don't even allow it now.
Well, that's why when I saw latex,
Yep.
I'm allergic to both.
to who?
Both.
Mylar?
The gloves they use in the hospital, I just didn't.
Okay.
Yes, we will review that the 30th, and should we let Joyce know, or?
Yes.
That'd be good. Yeah.
Yeah, let Joyce know.
Okay.
You can let me know if I need to order products.
They're going to let you know if they're going to stay with Johnson or go with Cisco.
Okay.
Well, and even if we switch, we're not going to be ordering. I don't even think we'll be ordering this coming year.
No, but we should know.
Yeah.
We're trying to get the entire town to use one purveyor, like you said, to get a bulk rate and.
Right.
It's not going to change this amount.
Right.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
All right.
Security, we didn't spend anything this year. We do want to purchase some additional cameras. We're talked to the chief about it, and he had said probably about 400 would set us up, so that's why we put the 400 in. We've got some areas of the park that we don't have any sort of coverage on, and that was the reason for that one. Miscellaneous supplies, we spent 400 this year, so we kept it at the same amount. That's fencing for around the trees, like at the river, just miscellaneous supplies in there. Landscaping, we are planning to go back out. We had talked about going back out for contracts again, not just staying, but I suspect that we're going to go up in our landscaping costs. There was some additional cost in there this year that we hadn't foreseen, that they came back. The weeding of the flower beds, I know is going to go a lot higher next year, because they were complaining about the amount of weeding that those flower beds are actually taking. So that was the reason for the increase there of 5%. Buffalo Park, miscellaneous supplies. We do need to get some more nails and stuff to put the signs up, and just felt $100 was good there. Landscaping, again, we went up 5% on all the landscaping. We may be able to, we won't have this figure by the time we meet with the budget committee, I guarantee that, for bids, but by town meeting, we should know exactly what those landscaping costs will be for everything. Civil War Park, it's just the landscaping. 132 ball field. Miscellaneous supplies, we do have, I believe the skating rink is in, but we're not sure.
It's there,
It's there, okay. We do have a skating,
town garage.
Oh, when you say it's there, I'm looking at 132 now.
Oh, no, it was delivered, it was,
Okay.
good. So we have
They've
skating
added.
rink, pump supplies.
What size packaging is it in?
Big.
So it's like I can't haul it in my pickup?
No.
Okay.
It's, how many thousands of pounds is it? Joyce?
it's a big one.
Oh, gosh.
Was it 1,600 pounds? You said?
1,500 pounds, yeah.
How many
Please, 2 pounds. It takes 2 pounds.
It's all wrapped in
pounds.
plastic, and then wrap it. It was already there
shrink wrapped
when we were
in-
talking about who's going to receive it.
Different elements, and
Right.
you could break it down.
Yeah, that's what we'll have to do, is break it down there. And
Well, if it's in pallets.
We could have him loaded on, like I could go down with my trailer, he could load it on the trailer, and we could bring it down there and then
Are the
take it
pallets
apart right on the
600
trailer.
pounds each, or are they 800, you're saying 2 at 800?
I think there's only one pallet. Isn't there of 1,600
Joyce said
pounds?
there were 2 pallets.
Pellets.
Of 800 pounds each?
800 pounds each.
I got a 3/4 ton heavy duty. I've hauled, I don't know,
But they're big.
quarters of a ton.
Either way,
Yeah,
trailer.
the trailer's low.
All right,
Pretty
so
good
skating
size.
rink, miscellaneous supplies, pump supplies, okay?
Cost of the summer maintenance, landscaping, security, again, talking with the chief, talking amongst ourselves. We're gonna have to, with the skating rink up there, we wanna have security cameras, so we put in for 1,200 to cover the installation and transmitter up there. Electric, 600, what did you get for a figure if we go with the second?
Oh, with PSNH, as an option to buying our own?
That's an FYI.
What is?
Came in today, it was a letter from PSNA.
It's not a price.
Oh, they responded. Very nice. It's approximately $1,000 a pole to have them installed.
Right.
Okay.
There was
Plus, I would figure about $1,200 because there will be some other costs to that. They'll come up and give us an estimate, but just to have a ballpark, figure $1,200 a pole. And then we would pay approximately $20 a month per pole.
Those 3 poles, so that's $60.
And there is an option, for example, the light poles that would be at the skating rink, and they would be a little less than the $20 a month. But they said that they did have an option that those could shut off at midnight instead of being all dusk to dawn. In fact, you could have all 3 of them until midnight if you wanted.
Would that reduce the monthly charge?
Yes, the monthly charge would be reduced. He didn't know how much, but it would be less than the $20.
So you're going to put in 3 poles at $1,000 a piece, $1,200 a piece. And then lights on top of that.
No, they pay for the lights. We don't pay for the lights. This is only an installation charge. They pay for the lights. The lights are theirs, the poles are theirs, and they maintain and service them. So if a bulb goes out, you simply call up and say, "Oh, excuse me, bulb is out, could you please replace it?" And they come down at no charge and replace the bulb. As opposed to, and I didn't have the breakdown figures from him, and I don't have it in front of me, but I think the cost to purchase the poles were, what, approximately $1,600 a piece, and plus the lights.
Plus, that didn't include the concrete footing.
That doesn't include the concrete footing or the installation of those poles.
That's just to buy them.
That's just to buy the poles and the lights. Dennis was going to do all the trenching.
So we're still weighing that, but that's what the 600 for the electricity for the skating rink was for, we didn't have this 720 figure at that time. We had estimated based on what we're paying down at Riverfront that it'd be around 600, so.
Right. What is Dennis trenching?
Conduit.
Yeah, he would do the trenching to run the conduit lines for the electricity to the poles if we purchased them ourselves.
Oh, if you purchase them yourself.
Right, PSNH will come from their lines to their poles.
Right.
Where is
Overhead.
Where is the cost of the poles here?
There is no cost of the poles here because that's coming out of the
Capital Reserve.
Capital Reserve Fund this year. So it's just the electricity.
The operating cost, basically.
Right, the operating cost for those lights.
Okay.
And either we'll pay out of the capital reserve and purchase the poles ourselves, or we'll pay PSNH out of the capital reserve to have them install their poles, and then we'll pay the electric.
Right.
Either way, out of this. The $1,650 is porta potties up there during the skating season and the rest of the year that we're presently paying. Porta potties are more in the winter because of the winterization
Right,
of those.
The heated seats.
No, there is no heated seats in them.
Only if your backside is.
Do you have a question, Pat?
She's on page 2.
Landscaping, again, is the same as what it was, just a 5% for Best Pocket. And arborists, we estimated 2,000. The trees at the Civil War Monument need some work. We need work in quite a few of the trees now at Riverfront, and the island is definitely going to need work. We, realizing that the island is your thing, but we put in $500. I was estimating probably about $1,000 worth of work out at the island, figuring our portion would be 500, Northfield's portion would be 500. And that's...
What baffles me year after year, this is the third year, is how much Vest Pocket costs to maintain. That little square.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much it costs to...
Can we give it back to the state?
I welcome you giving it back to the
They
state.
never did it.
Don, they want to give us the roads, why don't we give them Vest Pocket Park?
Because I was surprised to find that. I said, wait a minute, I thought we owned that piece. Belongs to the state of New Hampshire.
We don't own Best Pocket?
No.
We don't? Why are we maintaining it?
I don't know.
I don't know, that's a question.
Because I
I
asked...
thought they gave it to us.
Well, there's nothing, if you look it up, it's still in the state's name.
State's
It doesn't
name.
belong to us.
Well, like that, we can save $12.75.
Well,
Well, if
more
you do
than
that,
that,
it's going to
right?
look like a jungle, you know that.
That's always been,
Well, the arborist and the 12
the arborist doesn't...
is separate?
The arborist is...
Everything.
There's nothing at Best Pocket that needs work right
So
now.
we're spending money maintaining a state park.
A state patch.
Yeah, it's not a state park because it's DOT, and DOT doesn't have parks.
Well, they own it. They do now.
When do they maintain anything beyond the shoulders of a road,
Joyce, can you look into that?
including
I think what
sidewalks?
it was is back when they redid the railroad bridge at Park Street, there were a number of public hearings, and I remember going, and Pat Clark was there, and he got them, because they were going to even take down more buildings
Yep.
next to Best Pocket,
Yep.
and the public talked the state into not doing that, and the public asked the state to make it into a park, and I believe the understanding was is that...
Yeah.
Where's the written agreement?
Is that your recollection, Sandy?
Well, I just know, I was looking at, I had gone to look at the deed to see when it was turned over to the town, and I was doing that for Main Street because they were talking about that little project along the riverway. And Vince said, well, we'd have to talk to the state about that. And I said, why? He said, because we don't own it. I said, you're kidding. So I pulled it out, and the pieces, although we take care of it, it's still in the state's name.
There would have to be a written agreement between the governing body of the town. Otherwise, it's an unfunded Band-Aid. They just make a park and say, here, take care of it.
Did that with
No, I think they
sidewalks.
offered that. I think they offered it, the town accepted it. They paid as part of
Where's the written
construction
agreement?
project, they made that into a park.
Has to be a written agreement.
I'll check with Dennis, because he was around back when that happened.
Has to be a written agreement. Just like Franklin and the intersection and Winnisquam. Has to be a written agreement.
We're still here. No surprises.
So I guess we, maybe dropping that one, but we'll leave it in for right now.
Leave it in.
Yeah.
But will you straighten that out, Joyce, or see what you can find out?
At the very least, there must be minutes to that.
Yeah.
And then our commission costs, we, went up a little bit on our postage and handling just to cover the additional mailings that we're doing for the Christmas parade and the summer fair. If we go forward with that, we're still not 100% sure we're doing that, but 400 will cover the advertising of all the events and bidding projects, 300 for miscellaneous dues and meetings, 150 for photo costs, and then our stipends. The new item that we put in under the commission cost this year was cost of a student to work 3 days a week, 8 hours a day in the park doing general maintenance. We didn't get general maintenance done in the park this year. The railings were all flaking off, painting. We repeatedly requested the building needs to be washed down. Trash around the parking lot needs to, cigarette butts, trash, and corners all need to be picked up periodically. This person would be responsible for keeping the walkways free of the vegetation that grows up, just taking a hole and knocking it back.
So this maintenance person cuts highway completely out of anything to do with Riverfront Park?
No.
Why?
Who is going to do the building repairs? Is
You
this
just said
person?
that this part,
Well, no, I heard painting, I heard washing the building, but who actually is going to paint the buildings, paint the gazebos, do carpentry repairs that Dennis normally does?
Yeah, that's what Dennis said.
Because that's going to be a much more specialized person than just kind of a handyman, retired
so this
student kind of guy.
$7,000 to pick up trash?
No, there's a whole litany of things, there's a whole list of things that has to be done in the park that is not quite landscape and is not construction. The walkways, if you walk through the park, you'll see these things.
I walk through the park.
The walkways go from from brick to concrete to stone dust to whatnot. Those sidewalks that are stone dust in heavy rains often lose their borders. Those have to be maintained, constantly maintained. The grass grows into them. That has to be maintained. The grass grows into the picnic table areas. That has to be maintained. They have to be removed. There is constant trash all along the perimeter of the park, on the other side of the retaining walls, in the shrub areas between us and Black Swan. That has to be picked up. That's not a landscaper's, that's not Dennis's crew. That has to be picked up. The playground area needs to be raked, I would say a minimum of at least twice a week. Or you lose all the pine bark mulch, gets into a big mound and gets kicked out. The painting of the railings, the maintenance of the barbecue, scrubbing, cleaning, keeping those cleaned off. I mean, there were foreign substances, and I'm sure it was kids trying to see if they would burn in them. So those have got to be maintained. There's a lot of maintenance items like that that aren't subcontracted out, that a landscaper will do, and they're not things that Dennis's crew does. What else? I wish I brought my list. I didn't.
$7,000 for 3 days a week is a lot of money for 3 months,
How much
4
you
months.
proposing to pay this person?
I had budgeted $15. That's what you folks had put out last year for the cleaning person was the $15 an hour. So that's what I had used.
But this is a student, you're saying?
Well, but did your $15 an hour include the taxes, the co-taxes that the town pays?
That was inclusive of everything.
Okay, so you're actually, that's your gross you're going to pay this person?
Right.
Okay.
How many weeks do you anticipate that that person would be employed?
3 days a week, 8 hours a day, it says here.
For how many weeks is my...
Probably May into September,
May
October?
through October, I think was what we figured.
I remembered other things, if
We
anybody
talking a
wants
high
other
school
things.
student?
You can't, if you're doing May through October now.
A college student?
A retired person?
I said student, but it could be a retired person. If it's a student, we're not gonna, if it's 3 days a week, 8 hours, you're not gonna be able to get them from May until middle of June, and 1st of September till the park is
Well,
closed.
that's why you had said
Yeah,
student.
I said student, it should be a person.
So a retired person or...
Somebody just looking for a part-time job or a retired person.
Retired
It's
people
not
have
spec-
trouble bending, though.
It's, well, some do,
We'll get
I
little
know.
grabbers. Okay.
It's not specialized work. It doesn't take a special skill.
We have to be self-motivated.
Well, actually, you can get down there, right? While you're down there, you look around to see what else you can do.
It's getting up, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about our maintenance, our cleaning person, and what difficulty we had keeping somebody that did the job correctly.
Right.
You know, it was a tough nut to crack. We finally ended up with a service.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we did this budget up, as far as the $1,000 for the Christmas parade, we were under the assumption after meeting with the Main Street Committee that they were disbanding. Since that time, we found out that they will cover the cost of the fireworks, at least this year. I'm not sure really now if they're staying in effect or if they are disbanding or what's going on with Main Street. So I don't know on that $1,000 for the fireworks, if we should leave it in there or take that out. I mean, if Main Street's staying around and can pay the, do you remember what Bill said the cost was 15
For,
the fireworks at the,
2,000. And they paid 2,000 last year.
did they pay 2,000?
It's 2,000 for Old Home Day.
Yep.
Yeah, but Old Home Day's got a bigger display. I think Bill said it was only 1,500 for the parade, fireworks, so,
they came to us too late this past summer for the summer fair.
I don't see the summer
No,
fair here.
I am,
yeah, we have the $200
for
Is-
mailings and stuff.
to cover mailings for the summer fair.
But by the time they asked us, we were within weeks of summer fair, and you didn't have time to do the mailings and stuff.
And they're saying it only costs the Main Street program $200 to run summer fair?
No, we're saying that all we got to cover out of town funds is the mailing for it. The businesses and what the vendors pay should cover the summer fair. I mean, we can't expect taxpayers to foot the summer fair.
Well, they do indirectly with the Main Street program. How much do we fund Main Street for?
Zero this year.
Yeah, there's no request this year.
This coming year?
Right.
Right.
There's no request for 2012 from Main Street.
So then it sounds like they are dissolving.
Yes and no, they're working on a
redevelopment.
land project and whatever.
Main Street as we know it is,
Ending.
right, so they're going to be all encompassing and not just Main Street. Now, it costs a lot more to run the summer fair than $200. I just, being a part of Main Street Committee and being a Main Street program and also a vendor and also farmer's market administrator, it takes a lot more than $200 to run the...
But was that being covered by the fees charged to private vendors to set up?
The other side of that is that you went out and got funding for advertisement on that, but the last couple of years, the funding for advertisement was less and less, because those rides that you have in the municipal parking lot, and the bank parking lot, they were very expensive to rent for the day. And so that's really what covered that portion of it. And then farmers market people didn't pay because it was part of farmers market, that part of the summer fair that they joined in. And your vendors in the middle, the crafters or whatever, food vendors, they paid. Your stores on the sidewalks, your actual stores, I don't know whether they paid or not. But then you had a couple of bands, that whether they got stipends or not. So it was offset by monies from different local businesses that wanted to see this come in, but there was, my point is, I don't want you to think that there's no, one offsets the other, because it doesn't.
My question is should we really be considering putting on the summer fair? Because it is a merchant's
Sure, it's not a
benefit. It's not recreation. It's not parks. It's not a taxpayer event. It's strictly the businesses downtown do it to bring people
I
to the
disagree with you on that. I totally disagree with you that, because you know how many phone calls we got? Well, I got, because we didn't have summer fair this year.
Right.
People look forward to the event to bring their children down and spend a day and
But it's not,
to support the local.
it's not park recreation is my point.
But
I understand what you're saying, but don't say it's not recreation, because it is. And it's also a fundraiser for park and recreation. I wouldn't eliminate...
It can be.
It can be, correct.
I think the one thing you got to think about as far as summer fair is maybe changing it somewhat and moving it into the parks.
But it's designed to benefit the merchants, which is why it's on Main Street.
Right.
Right.
Because
But-
people come to Main Street
But-
and then go into the shops, and that's why it's a summer fair on Main
You can
Street.
have that, but you don't need the recreation things, the bouncy houses and that set up in the bank parking lot. That could move up to the Riverfront parking lot. And you've got Riverfront Place, which
Then you're
is the-
spreading it out, and people aren't going to come downtown and then walk all the way up to Riverfront for a bouncy park. It's nice because they know where their children are. They're in their bouncy they're right here in the bouncy, and somebody's watching them, and now they can go and shop and do what they need to do. That's the reason for that. Or they're building something with Home Depot or Lowe's. I think Lowe's was consistently the one that came and built projects with the children. So they were busy doing that. The parents could, take part in other vending stuff. And it's not just for downtown. You have a lot of local artisans in the area that come down that you're actually saying, hey, we're here in Tilton, as well. But people enjoy and get together, and the networking alone that goes on downtown, and the camaraderie that goes on downtown. It's just like the Halloween downtown. Everybody thinks, well, it's only for businesses. Well, it's really not. I mean, if you actually go downtown, I had to borrow a kid from Polly's one just to see what it was like.
Borrow a kid?
I had to borrow a kid to go trick-or-treating downtown. I mean, it's quite an experience from people going. It's not just about the businesses. It's about the people coming in.
It's a retail merchants event. It is not Parks and
I
Recreation.
disagree with you. I think it started out to be that way. I think it started out to be that way. I don't think it ended up being that way.
I don't think it falls under the purview of parks.
It doesn't. It is a summer fair. That's what it is. That's what summer fairs are about.
Well, I think it's a darn shame to let it go.
I don't think we should let it go. I'm just asking if Parks and Recreation is where it
Main Street's not
belongs.
going to do it. And if Parks doesn't have it up in their budget, and Parks doesn't do it, then it's not going to get done. So there you go.
Well, I think too, every year we've gone, and every year, it's amazing the number of people from town come downtown to be part of it. I think it's, I don't know how many times I've heard people when they'd be down here, new people or people that very rarely come downtown.
It may be, some people that never shop.
They didn't know we had as much downtown
They were
as
always up at
that.
exit 20 spending their money.
But those people that sponsored it directly benefited from it.
Yes, they did, but I think the
town doesn't.
townspeople
The town-
benefited.
That is not true.
Somebody,
That is not true.
Oh, yes, it is. The Main Street organization, which was made up of the businesses, it's not a municipal organization.
How would the
It's a
banks that sponsored
nonprofit.
it benefit from it?
$5,000 last year, Catherine. Didn't
How would the
help pay for
banks,
that?
how would AutoServe benefit from downtown Main Street?
Right.
How would Tanger Outlet benefit from downtown Main Street? They all donated to be,
Right.
a part of that. So it's not all of them.
It's a retail fair.
I disagree with you. Totally disagree with you on that one. But if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. Let's move on to the budget.
I don't think the commissioner said they didn't want to do it.
No,
It's not in the budget.
well, I didn't really, it is to our extent with
We don't know what, we just threw a number.
we threw the 200, the increase of $100 to cover the mailings, the increased mailings that we were gonna do for Summer Fair and Christmas Parade. What we could easily do is drop fireworks and put Summer Fair and Christmas Parade and leave that 1,000 or put it up even to 2,000 to cover whatever expenses come from both.
I'm just looking at the bottom line.
I realize that, but I do think it's a good event. I know the commissioners were for moving ahead with it next year. We just felt that when Vince and came in, what was it,
Early July.
Was it July or was it?
It was the first
meeting in July. We just said there was no way we could pull it off by August
We had
of that
like
year.
6 weeks to do it, and it was just too tight.
So our plans was to start in January, start planning for it and everything, so. if it's acceptable to the board, I'll say we'll change our fireworks at the Christmas parade and just put summer fair and Christmas parade and go with $2,000 to give us money to run this with. And
So you would change the 1,000 to 2,000?
2,000, correct.
What are you doing with your postage and mail and keeping it at 200?
Keeping it at 200, yes.
Dinner?
Kind of. I shouldn't get started. Once I eat one, you know how I am, Kat.
I do the same thing. Keeps me awake.
$190 on the front page.
Did the Main Street give you any figures or information on what it costs to run summer fair?
No.
They don't answer Bob's emails.
I knew you were having a hard time contacting them.
Yeah. They won't answer.
They're not responding. Main Street.
Vince is talking with Billy on, giving Billy some information that he needs and stuff, but I think the main reason they hasn't answered my emails is that they had agreed to use their, whatever funds was left to purchase sides for the pavilion at Riverfront for the Christmas parade so that we could actually have clear sides out there. And I think he's not answering it because he's going to have to spend money to purchase those sides if he answers my emails. Yes, I get that already.
You're good.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'm sure this has already been brought up, but when are you bringing in your gold ice skating rink?
Bringing it everywhere. It's there.
It's
There,
here.
it's at the town shed.
Yeah, okay, well, I know it's in town, I signed a thing tonight. My question is when does it get set up, who sets it up?
You gonna help us?
I might.
Our electrician, J.P. Carter, has offered his assistance and tools to set it up.
Great.
I'm definitely
On his own
bringing
dime.
nephews down and
Strictly
watch them fall
volunteer.
down on their head.
Trying to get through the Christmas parade at the moment.
I was,
Please say
It
it.
should go up pretty soon.
well,
Oh, we already got that
I
covered.
guess one question I would have is maybe the chief can help us on this, Joe. Do we know when the building is going in?
What year?
I talked to him a couple days ago.
Oh, the shed.
And so they're trying to do 2 town projects right now, and so...
I thought he was still waiting for approval on it.
I believe he said he's all set.
Well, they do very
If he's all set, then the park commissions would have gotten an email that said, congratulations, you've accepted this,
Yeah.
and they haven't got that yet. You would have been, if you're the contact person, you would have gotten an email from corporate.
I thought the two of you had met to
Immediately.
go over and talk to him.
Yeah, he told me that they were doing both, and that was just a couple days ago I talked to him. I'll call him
I
again
talked to him
tomorrow.
yesterday, and it's not officially
Not
approved yet.
This was
Oh,
something
great.
else that I got, just in case you got nothing else to spend.
Coming, but it's not officially approved.
The problem we'll run into is...
The problem is
the
we need
building and-
electricity.
Well, we also
and
need the building.
plumbing, and we need the building to store the...
Well, the building's going behind the rink also.
Right.
So we put the rink up, you can't put the shed in location.
I thought the rink was back further towards
I think
Tanger.
it's coming up.
I think it'll come up over
I think it'll
past
come
the...
up past it.
Yeah. I was hoping, Joe, getting back to when, I was hoping maybe the Saturday after Thanksgiving to at least get the sideboards and stuff in before the ground freezes, because you get the spikes and everything.
So your electricity and your well and your pumps and everything is ready to go?
Wells in.
The well's in, pump is not in the well waiting for the building so that he can do the inside plumbing, but everything, contractors are all
Waiting for the
waiting
building.
for that building to finalize everything, so.
10 days probably.
Then I guess I won't tell you that the Grange has been delayed by a week or two.
That's just workforce, it's not a
The workforce is Home Depot.
No, I know that, but what's your delays? They just...
We just got the heat
Are
on.
they still talking about building a
And they
building or
needed the heat to
donating
set the
one?
tile on the
Already
floor.
built.
The tile's taking them longer than
They said they were going to donate a building. I just texted them.
If they were giving us a building already built.
We could drop it in place and move ahead,
Get going.
go with the dirt floor for this year.
I thought they were building one.
Last I was told that they were donating a building already built. Because my question was, is it the same size or bigger?
Okay.
Okay, any more questions or concerns for the park commissioners? So we can move on to a busy schedule?
So as soon as we know, Joe, I will let you know. I would gladly take any assistance that we can get.
Let me know, Rob.
Yeah.
Let me know if I can help out in some way, I certainly will.
You're done recycling at the business park? You may want to take your sign down on 132.
I'll speak with Mr. Allen.
I went to check this past Saturday, and the sign was pretty great, turn in, go down, and, nope.
Thank
you very much, then.
Hey, thank you.
But thank you very much for pointing it out. I'll get it taken down. We don't want to lose it. Probably the one up at the building is still there too, huh?
I forgot. The one on 132, I'm sure Wayne will take it if you don't.
Yeah.
We'll have a 2-minute break for Norm to come back. I'm gonna get a cold coffee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take one.
Nap time. A long day.
Well, they approved the budget at the,
Okay.
Look, let me just say, no. Okay, you're all set. You can go.
All set?
You can go.
Why are you still here?
I have a couple
Joe
of...
invited him.
Yeah.
It's public
he said
comment.
he said he had
Public comment,
It's not on here.
public comment was earlier.
What time?
We asked for public comment at 6 o'clock.
That was for a public
Says
hearing.
public meeting.
EPA
Says public
brownfield
meeting.
cleanup. Read
Yeah.
the cleanup, yes.
Well, it was one of the items under public meeting.
I was here at the end of it.
We
I
asked for
didn't-
public comment.
On that hearing, yes.
All
I
right.
didn't have any on that.
Although you're not on the agenda, I'll accept a public comment.
I've got a couple. First one, I live in the GEM district.
Gem? What's that mean? What does gem mean?
Meaning I get
Crystal Ruby.
And so looking at Avatar, on
Oh, I love Avatar.
just on Ruby Lane, we have 5 homes. And looking at the land value, I have the smallest lot with a sewer easement going through the center of it, side to side, yet mine is the highest land value.
I didn't know if that was something you guys talked about. So
We
the
all get
other
a hit for beach rights.
$1,000 increase.
Yep.
Okay.
But under condition, they hit me with 125%. And looking at all their other numbers, they pretty much match.
You're gonna leave that at the 380.
You must have a really nice place over there.
And I have a restriction on my land, which the others don't have.
What's that?
The
sewer
sewer
easement.
easement. I got a 25-foot sewer easement, right through the middle of the
Why
lot.
would you let the commissioners do that?
I was looking out for the taxpayers, because I'd probably save
Have
20,
you-
30,000 on the project.
Have
Take
you
it up
brought
with the
this?
sewer commission.
Have you brought this into Avatar
No,
when
I
they
haven't.
meet?
What do they mean?
Catherine, when will?
She's here once a month.
8th, if you'd like to make an appointment, Peter, and come in and meet.
Come in and talk to her.
Well, unfortunately, I have a job.
Well, what can we do for you, sir?
What
She's here
time do
all
I get out?
day.
4:30 or 5 is typical this time of year.
Maybe she could, what time are you at school?
I arrive about 6:20.
Do you
Break
have
during the day, you can come over?
to come over during lunch or something?
You know, she should accommodate those taxpayers who can't.
Can she talk, do you get a break or anything, Peter?
No, I just asked him that.
Well, not that I can leave, it depends, I'd have to check my calendar.
You can talk to her on the phone.
Okay,
You can talk to her on the phone. She's here all day.
okay.
I've actually
Would you
had
call
those
up
kind of
Lauren
conversations
and
with
see what
Lauren.
she can do to accommodate those taxpayers?
She could stay a little later, because you get out at 4:30
You know, and I can try to get out early. What day of the week is that?
Thursday. She's here on a...
Okay, Thursdays, you know, I could probably try to sneak out earlier. How late does she stay?
She's usually
Okay,
here till 3:30, 4:30, if she has nothing
okay,
on.
all right.
She's the one to talk to because she does the assessing for us.
She can give you the reasons why.
Right.
The conditions.
How long do I have for an abatement? Since the second bill just came out, right?
March, April, when's the abatement?
March 1st.
March 1st.
Okay. And then, since we're coming to the winter time of year, and
knew it.
winter maintenance,
I don't want to hear about it. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Come on.
but we seem to have this swamp between Brook Road and Manville Road. And on the upgradient side, we have no problem dumping straight salt on the road that feeds said swamp. On the downgradient side, we can't get a teaspoon of salt.
The state puts salt on their roads, certainly.
The town puts salt
on Brook Road.
Straight salt.
Copy of the check,
I've
Have
seen
to
it.
look at that.
I've watched them. My jaw hit the pavement when I saw them.
No, you don't have to change it. All you have to do is write.
Well, we'll have to look at it, certainly. I didn't realize that.
The selectmen of years ago made
Manville Road
Manville, Noyes, and Hill Road
No
no
salt
salt roads because of their proximity to the lake.
right?
To the lake?
To the lake and to
The swamp.
the aquifer.
made this motion.
That supplies the water to,
So I guess all
Three
the
towns.
salt that hits the river and probably feeds aquifers down the state, you could care less about because it doesn't affect the town of Tilton.
No, that's not true at all. I would love to see no salt on any roads, but
so do
that's
I.
not
All
going to
I'm looking for
happen.
is a sand salt blend so it'll be safe. Not to mention on our October 30th snowstorm, since we don't plow shoulders, you should see how narrow the road is with trying to pass tractor trailers and school buses coming in there on those curves.
Well, you know, there was when MB Tractor came in, they're going to be moving over to that site, and they're going to be
They're not going to be doing anything down by the intersection of Manville, Andrews, and Bristol, which is another major
Yeah.
issue.
On paper.
No, they won't.
Nope.
Just the railroad track in
yeah.
the corner there.
But they would be fixing the water problem right there.
Which water problem?
Only the one on the,
Just the railroad one, not the
Right.
one out at Laconia Road.
no.
Worse.
No, they're
No,
not.
that's state drainage.
It's a
And
combination.
not the water problem in front of the settlement ponds.
Nope.
Nope.
This stretch of road has been a problem for years, and it is because of the no salt ruling. The tractor trailers especially carry in the salt mixture from the Route 3 and 11, and it creates huge
Craters.
craters,
As you
is a
know.
good description, in the snowpack in that area. And it also, because of the trees and the location of it, there is no sun, so there isn't very much thawing that goes on.
Well, I drove that road last year several times, and I agree that we should probably take a look at doing something. Now, I'm not sure what.
Since we don't have a grader, I know before I came to this state from the east, on the main turnpike, on their dump trucks, they have what they call the belly scrapers, which is basically a grader blade mid-body, which is
Yep.
used to reduce the snowpack and all in the storms. I don't know if that would be something that Dennis should look at for a truck, one of the trucks.
One of the trucks.
Something that has downward pressure, because the regular plows are just
Floating.
floating.
I mean, it's a Solomon decision. It seems unfair to have all those residents down there have to deal with the condition of that road. But environmentally speaking, we're all trying to reduce the amount of salt use, and that is a very sensitive area, that
Except
Tioga
downtown
Aquifer.
Brook Road, where you still run straight.
And that's not
Well, I
a
don't
reason to just haphazardly put salt
I'm
everywhere.
asking for the blend, I'm not asking for straight salt. I'm asking for enough to get it so that we can break down the snowpack.
Who is it that doesn't want the salt there?
Board of Selectmen voted them there years ago,
How many years ago?
A lot of years.
a lot of years. But
It's a huge wetland area.
I think it goes back to the 90s, Pat.
Yeah,
yeah, it's because of the aquifer.
the aquifer and the big wetlands that are sitting down there.
Salt is the biggest pollutant in our groundwater in the state.
I understand.
I understand.
Anything we can do to reduce that is good, but I understand your issue.
Dunlop Road and all those salt.
We're not talking about Dunlop
I'm
Road,
just saying
Brook
all that
Road,
stuff
we're talking about Manville Road.
Do you really feel, though, that a reduced salt sand mix would even help? Because of the combination of the shade,
Well, if you ask the older residents, when Dave was road agent, we didn't have the problems we've been having in the last few years.
but was he using straight salt or the salt
No,
sand
he was
mix?
using the sand salt mix.
He was.
What if they just plowed it better, Peter?
You can't, because what happens with your plowing, you don't get down to the bottom. You leave a little residual, and with the more storms you have, the more it builds up.
Tractor trailers really pack that down.
Yeah. If they have to be, they would have to spend a lot more time than they do now plowing just that road.
You have to have the belly
Each
straight.
storm.
The regular plows are going to float.
And what happens now is they plow it just like any other secondary road, and then get back to it when they can. And in the meantime, the tractor trailers
Yep.
and the heavy residential use has packed it. Now you're down to the belly scraper.
That or you run some burritos. Just something to keep in mind.
Alrighty.
Winter's coming.
Okay,
I'll let you get back to your normal business.
Thank you.
thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
Joyce, will you make sure we don't drop the ball on that Manville Road issue? We really haven't resolved it. It is an ongoing problem, and it is unfair.
It was nasty last year. I drove that road.
It is awful.
Okay, next on our list, reports from selectmen. Norm,
I have nothing.
Joe,
I went to the co-op meeting, as you know. They approved the budget. They're saying December 1st to have the single-stream facility up and running.
December 1st, 2012.
2012. They're investigating bonds right now. We could pay the whole thing all at once, but then there's no reserves. So they're talking about a combination of payment in cash and payment by floating a bond as well. We're now officially members of the operating committee, which gives us a little bit of extra leverage. The way that works is Concord, Laconia, and Franklin all have an automatic membership on that operating committee, as well as 4 of the smaller towns. So the 4 small towns can, in effect, outvote the big guys. So we do have a little leverage, such as it is with that. That's basically, I mean, I can answer specific questions, but it was just a basic, we approved the budget. It's like 0.5% higher than last year due to insurance and retirement increases. And you already know the tipping fees and... Oh, there's a thing with Wheelabrator, which is Waste Management, that owns the incinerator. they don't want to pay all of their taxes. So there's a big thing right now. They're trying to get the DRA to or to do away with their assessment and then do something else. And DRA says we'll study it, and this could add like a couple dollars one way or the other to our tipping fee. Tipping fee could go down $2 if DRA has its way, but if the lawyers for Concord have their way, it'll stay at $66.80. So it could go down. And that's it. That's all I got.
That's it. Well, not much. Cindy and I attended a conference in Manchester today. It was part of one of her tax collectors, town clerks conferences, but we went to just one part of it, and the two attorneys spoke about bankruptcy law, and it was quite an eye-opener. I wish we had had that conference a few months ago. But I did bring back a written packet that I'll give to you, Joyce. It's very informative. It explains, especially Chapter 7, 11, and Chapter 13. It makes it very clear how towns should respond.
Good.
Does that affect our School Street issue?
Well, if we knew then what we knew now, it would have. But it was wise to respond to the Chapter 7 bankruptcy notice.
Good.
That was apparent. But we might have done it differently.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I brought it back for you. I got a copy for you. I'll get it to you. It was an excellent conference. It's one of the best I've gone to.
Sandy?
I just have one thing. As you know, I spoke with you about contacting Attorney Fulton to go over our impact fees for the planning board, and she had given it over to Bernie Wall, who I have a lot of respect for. He did go over all of our information, and although he's made some minor suggestions on just changes, more of what he's telling us is just to, as far as our rules, like our ordinance that has been drafted that we're going to put on the ballot, some minor little things to change in that, and just things to know as far as, what will come of different things, and, some information that we need to share and to educate Al on, because Al obviously will be enforcing, if things that don't go right. He went over the draft of the police, and he said there were no legal red flags of any kind. So anyway, it was a very informative facts that we got back, and we will be implementing his suggestions. That's it.
I have a couple of items that I'd like to minor items that I'd like to bring up in when we have our non-public on legal. I need some permission to go forward with a couple of items regarding the Grange, and a contract issue as well. The Grange is progressing along. It has been slowed down by the flooring. The flooring is taking a lot longer than they expected. They have to put the cement down and then wait a couple hours for it to become tacky in order to lay the tile, so they have to do it in increments. The cabinets should have been put in today. I haven't had time to go up and look. The ramp out back is finished, so everything is progressively hooked up to the municipal sewer last weekend, so that's progressed very, very rapidly on all of that other stuff. The floor, once we got the floor in the kitchen, now things can start to happen. The hallway and the 2 bathrooms in the maintenance utility room, they're working on now. The rest I'm going to bring up during non-public. We had a great lunch today at the Spalding. We thank the Spalding Center for inviting us. It was excellent, and we had a great time. So kudos to the Spalding Center for inviting us. All right. Joyce, you're up.
Yeah, I just have a few things.
I knew I was going to pick you up sometime, but I couldn't remember when. I didn't put it in my phone. You were sitting there looking at your watch.
Well, no, I
If you were
had
here, I'd go home now.
Do what?
If you were here, I'd go home now.
In your to be signed folder is the Birch Hill Kennels contract, the Avatar assessing contract, and the Best Way one-year extension contract. In Tim's note, report to the board, he did review it, and I spoke with Lauren. Last year, we were only charged for the actual hours that she was here, but now what they're doing for all of their clients is just a flat monthly rate. I keep track of her hours and everything that she does anyway. She does send a detailed invoice, and I go back and check the dates and check, the different, cases and things that she's working on. So we do monitor how much time she's here.
What's the difference between this year's and last year's in monies?
It's attached. We had budgeted $40,000, so we're still within budget. The only question I had in Tim's report, he had put $1,700. The $1,700 figure is if you want to do the utilities update in 2012. A copy of his report.
Didn't we just do a utilities update?
No. Yeah, he said...
We haven't done a utilities update.
We did for 2009, but he had to redo it. It says, on us to be sure we received the days we were to receive for the 1,700. It's more like 3,000. You see the flat rate underneath 2012?
But if we just did a utilities update in 2009,
I can give you this letter.
why are we doing it again?
It's what he's suggesting. I'll tell you in a minute.
Who is?
It was like Gary from Avatar.
Who did the one in 2009?
Gary.
Why is he recommending?
If I could have that, I can read it. It's in there.
Seems like they changed the law. We can charge them more or something. I forget exactly what it was.
Last year, the rate was $38,408, and this year it's $38,568. And we would be paying just a flat fee of $3,214 a month.
How much?
$3,214 a month, for a total of $38,568.
And what was our average this year?
Last year was $38,408.
In 2011, what was our average
I'm
monthly?
sorry. Oh, I'd have to print out the invoice and the report here. This is through
She doesn't
September.
give us hours.
That's 2011, and this is 2010.
I guess it doesn't really do how many hours.
It's not here. Sorry.
Where is Avatar on this?
Here it is. This was back in July of 2005. This is from Gary Roberge. Gary Roberge. And he said that there was a case with New Hampshire Electrical Co-op to discuss a potential resolution to their annual appeals. Every year they file an appeal. Communities have a choice. They could use the rates, the assessing rates that are set by the Department of Revenue Administration, or you can have your own assessor develop their own rates. We've had Avatar develop our rates, because our rates are much higher than what DRA does. Most communities that can afford assessors have their assessor do it. They don't just accept the DRA values. He says, as you know, over the past several years, New Hampshire Electrical Co-op has filed appeals and then at the last minute withdrawn, like we're what that's like. However, now that they have attorney Meg Nelson involved, I doubt very much that they will withdraw this time. That's not to say the argument is any different or even better, but that Ms. Nelson will not withdraw without her day at the TLA or the court. I handle all utilities across the state for all of our customers, just like you and other utilities have come to embrace the cost-less depreciation approach to value with little to no appeals for the past 10 years, except for New Hampshire Electrical Co-op. However, each one of the other utilities has provided us with the necessary inventory of property by FERC code, years in service and original cost. I have recently had contact from PSNH and NEP concerning the recent sales data and how they believed I may want to review those sales to see how it may affect my depreciation schedule. They were productive discussions and without appeal. After review of the data, I did reanalyze my depreciation and test against our inventory of property through all years, all utilities, and found rationale to justify a change in my depreciation schedule. That, while not mirroring the recent sales from one utility to another, they did more reflect current age life information. This change affects all utilities. We have 4. We have PSNH, Energy North, which is also National Grid. We have Algonquin Power and Pennachuck, which is formerly known as Northern Shores. For him to redo the utility values is $500 for the first one and then $400 for the remaining 3. So that would be $1,700 more. So that's where the $1,700 number came from. Let's see. So anytime they're doing an update, it will reflect the new depreciation schedule. While all of you may not be doing updates this year, you may want to consider updating your utility values and applying the equalization ratio to maintain a fair and equitable assessment in light of these changes, while keeping the assessment reasonably defendable and least likely appealed. We haven't had any appeals. We're still just doing our data verification, so we don't have to do this update. We can wait, and when we do the full update. So it's purely a 6 of one, half a dozen on the other. I discussed it with Tim, and he said, you know, we've already budgeted $40,000. It would just be another
1,700.
Right, but this cost is only $38,000. It's like an extra $1,000, and he suggested that we go ahead and have him do it for 2012.
Will this get our $1,000 back?
No, it's just, it would help our defense and just make sure that all of our utility assessments are fair and equitable.
This is hard to discern an average. So far this year, we've paid $32,272 for their services.
Right. That's through September, and that's
That's
because...
only through September.
Right, because
So there's 3 months that we haven't.
Right.
We don't have here.
Because she was
And
only
what a
charging us for
jump.
her time.
In September, we paid $644. And in June, we paid over $8,000. Calculator to average it out.
So I said, in 2011, we budgeted $40,000. The contract was $38,408. Through September, we've used $32,272. The 2012 contract is $38,568. So we're still under the $40,000 budget. If we had signed a multi-year contract the prior year, the annual cost would have been less. To do the utilities in 2012 would cost an additional $1,700 for a budget total of $40,108. We could hold off on the utility update to 2013 instead of 2014. However, there's no guarantee that Avatar would get the update contract. Your thoughts when you get a chance. And then Tim emailed back and said, let's just budget the $40,108.
So you're asking us to sign this contract tonight?
Yes, for 1 year, just for 1 year for 2012.
But in doing that, we're also agreeing to putting that amount into our budget, which we haven't decided yet to put into our budget.
So let's hold off and sign it Tuesday.
Oh, that's fine. Right now in our budget, we have 40,000. So this contract falls within that 40,000.
We haven't finalized our budgets. If other entities come in higher than what we expected, we're going to need to make cuts where we need to make cuts. And I'm not prepared to sign that tonight. I haven't even looked at it. I started to look at it, and other people had questions, I understand.
Harpener.
You can't expect us to sign a contract for a year for $38,000 and not be privy to the information that's in that contract in less than 5 minutes. I say we wait, for me anyway, I don't know about the other consensus of the board, I feel that we need to wait on it. I'd like to digest it a little bit. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, our contract isn't over with them, so we should have...
December 31st.
Yeah, so we have weeks to...
Before we sign this contract.
So...
It's like, here's the budget, sign the contract. I'm not doing that.
It wasn't meant to
What's the consensus of the board?
I think it makes sense, and let's wait another couple of days.
Sure.
Yep, a couple of weeks.
I would ever sign that.
Couple of weeks.
I've got a case of the, well, I won't say it on tape, but
right, then
questions about our assessor.
Okay, go ahead, next item.
The Birch Hill Kennels contract. Tim had spoken with Don Carpenter to see about arranging quarterly payments, and he said he couldn't do that, but he would be willing to do twice a year, in January and in July.
Better than doing it all up front.
I don't understand why he wouldn't want to do quarterly payments. What happens, just like the Budget Committee suggested, what happens if he doesn't have his business any longer after July and we've already paid him a year?
What happens if he doesn't have it after February and we paid him for 6 months?
I remember 1 or 2 years ago, he'd come in and spoken with the board and said that in order for him to secure employees, that he needed to know that he had a contract up front at the beginning of the year so he could make a commitment to an employee to stay there.
Then in this contract should have some type of release that if he's no longer in business, we get reimbursed the unpaid, not used portion of the funds.
We can do that. Tim hadn't suggested that.
I don't care whether Tim suggested it or not. Personally, I'm suggesting it. Because that, I mean, right now, we're saying, here's $5,500. You know.
Can we even sign that without waiting for the budget to be approved at town meeting? We have no money specifically until they say we have money, right?
The law requires us to have a place to hold animals.
True enough, no, I understand
So we have an
that,
operating
but
budget.
We're committing to this amount of money without knowing whether the taxpayers will give us that amount of money.
We have a
Whether the taxpayers
Right.
give us the money or not, we have to provide that service.
And we
Not necessarily through him, though.
No, but it's the cheapest one in town.
And we work
considerably. So we would have to provide the service.
I know what you're going to
Where do
say.
we get the money?
The law allows us to have a bare bones operating
And they
budget.
wonder why the meetings go so long.
So the money for that kind of a service would be included in that?
So you would like to add...
Because the law requires it.
Okay, well, that was my question.
It's not that Pat would like to add a clause. I'm suggesting that we add a clause. Now it's discussion time, and now it's the consensus of the board time.
And I think
So
it's a
don't
good
write down that we should, Pat says we should do it and then do it. I'm only one of 5.
I think it's a good idea, because you're right, if that clause was in there and he did fold,
Right.
it would give, it's a contractual agreement. He's
Right.
agreeing that if his business folds, he owes us that money, so you would have some standing in a court litigation, definitely.
We still have that technically. If he folds, if he dies, well, oh well, right? But if he just went bankrupt or whatever, we're going to be in line anyway.
Even if,
Well, not necessarily. We haven't
too
collected
much.
any funds so far with bankruptcies.
Yeah, we have had problems, but now we have a bankruptcy expert
It
here.
makes it makes a difference between a secured debt and a priority debt, and secured debts are always
So,
better.
okay, Birch Hill's on
Secured
hold.
claim.
Yep.
And the other is for Best Way to extend their contract at the same rate from April 1st of 2012 to March 31st. April 1st of 2012 to March 31st of 2013.
So we have plenty of time to sign that one, too. Right?
We do want to hold his price, though.
right, it's the same price that we paid.
If he wants us to use him, then he will hold the price.
Well, not only that, but based on a conversation we had at Recycle Committee the other day, Dennis was going to contact them, because if we actually go to single stream, the single stream facility comes online December 1st. You have December, January, February, and March, 25% of the year where we're going to have recycling and a facility and no real way to get it down there. We can collect it at a transfer station.
But in the meantime,
Calls it now. It'll be no different. Instead of him going to his place in Belmont, he just drives down to Pennacook. Nothing will change.
How are we going to collect it?
but that's something we have to solve. We have to guarantee that town meeting has mandated that we have curbside pickup. So whether we bring our recyclables to Pennacook or wherever we bring them, we have to have some way of picking up people's refuse, whether it's recycling
I
or just
understand
all
that.
in the bin. So
Dennis
until we
is-
have some other alternative,
Dennis is going to call Best Way and see if they have something else that once the facility comes online, they would then begin, what would they charge us to pick up the recyclables at the curbside as well?
Okay. I see what you're
It's
saying,
just
but I know,
I'd
but
rather see them agree to, make it an 8-month contract or something.
right, but this is just the residential curbside. This
Curbside
is not
pickup.
the
But we have to pick that up
recycling.
anyway, don't
This
we?
is just
You have to pick
residential.
that up anyway,
I'm sorry, but
because it's not all recyclable,
I think
right?
that it should be, let's just go with this until March of 2013, and that gives us time to put something into the 2013 town meeting warrant about curbside pickup of recyclables like we had wanted to do last year, but it turned out to cost a fortune.
Well, that's why we're trying, now that the facility's coming online, it's kind of a
I think for those
fact-finding
4
thing.
months, we can just maintain the status quo of people bringing their recyclables to the town garage, and then instead of, as Joyce said, instead of having it trucked to Belmont, it's trucked down there, and all of it's trucked down there. At that point, it can be single stream collection where we're not going to sort our 2 different kinds of paper from our, so we don't have to pay somebody to truck cardboard and truck paper as well down to, where's that going?
And our-
Hooksett.
Yeah.
And instead, it can just all go to the single stream recycling facility in one haul.
Yeah, it's $150 a trip, no matter how much.
Isn't there always
big the
going to be
dumpster is,
curbside
so.
garbage that doesn't
Yeah,
go to
this is-
recycling?
Right,
Right.
this is just the
Yep, there is.
garbage that goes to the incinerator. The hauling of the current recyclables that we have now is paid separately out of a
Yeah.
separate line item.
I
This has
understand
nothing
that.
to do with recycling.
He was going to just
But it's
ask
on there.
questions
Yep.
about how we can arrange to do it. But it really doesn't make, and my personal feeling is I'm all set to sign that contract.
And I make a motion, we sign the contract with Best Way to
I-
hold the price.
Can I just make a statement? I'll second that motion, but for the sake of discussion now. All those in favor, so we can discuss it.
Aye.
No, we have to discuss it.
Yeah.
Contracts. When they come into your office, when they come into Catherine, and they go to you, I personally feel, my opinion is that we pay Best Way a lot of money, we pay Birchill Kennel a lot of money, we pay Avatar a lot of money. All of these people that we deal with on a daily basis sometimes, and certainly on a yearly basis, they ought to know that there are 5 selectmen. When they give us a contract, there should be 5 lines for 5 selectmen to sign. I'm sorry, I have a pet peeve about this. It's a respect thing with me. When you have town officials that you're supposed to sign a legal document, and there's only 3 places for them to sign, and we hand scratch it in, I think it's unconscionable. That's a respect issue with me. And this is a legal document for us to sign, and there's only 3 places. There's only 1 place for Birchill. There should be 5 places. They know there are 5 selectmen. Any contract that comes into the town of Tilton, there should be 5 places. If there's not, I think we should call them or send it back and say, please correct it, so that the selectmen have 5 places. There are 5 here. After a while, they'll all come in at 5. Because I don't see that changing down to 3 selectmen anytime soon. Any more concerns about the motion?
I'd just like to have time to read the contract before I sign it. I know other people have read it, but I think that before we put our names to it, we should know what we're signing.
I agree. Anybody else want to read it? It's the same thing.
Yeah, I'll take it down.
If you want to wait and do them next week or after,
I'm going to amend my motion, and we'll sign it Tuesday. That gives everybody a chance to read it. You want to do that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Or would you like to wait and give you a chance to read it, and then we'll sign it Tuesday when we meet, and we're having our regular meeting?
and I can
No, why
add
not?
signature
We've already-
lines.
You shouldn't have to add signature
I
lines.
mean, I don't have a
They
problem
should
with
add signature
taking a
lines.
vote. If
It's their
decided,
contract,
we'll
they
sign it.
printed it.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose,
You want to read it first?
yeah, we'll want to read it first.
Yeah.
But it's
Where
not
are we
that, it's
supposed to
not that
sign on
long.
that?
It's really only.
Okay.
Signature
Pretty
of
basic,
owner.
actually. I know
Town
it
is the owner.
Right,
I've seen
So
it.
again, there's only 1 line, so.
right.
Okay.
Will they, where's the recycling's in Pennacook, right?
Not yet.
No, but that's where it will be.
That's where it will be.
Okay.
And virtually all of the local haulers will be hauling to Pennacook. Because even if they're a couple bucks less a ton, worst case scenario, it's still a lot cheaper than driving to Maine or Lawrence with a truck and then turning around, drive all the way back empty, considerably. So
Did that get all filled in? The letters in there now and
there's
everything?
stuff there.
Because I haven't signed that. Oh, did I? Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, without the other
All right.
agreement, it's a little
No, that's
hard to
fine.
know what we're agreeing to sign. It's okay.
Well, we can put it off till Tuesday. I don't have an issue with that.
I just have a question. When I was with the Parks Commission budget, the changes I heard were for cleaning to change the 1,800 to 1,230, and then on the fireworks and the Christmas, I'm sorry, the
No,
summer fair. and Christmas-
1,610.
1610
1610?
Correct.
for the, yeah,
A difference of $190.
right.
And the 1610 came from,
Your sheet.
Your sheet that we had.
See it?
Right, but he's already got the 380 in there.
The 380 is for paper goods.
That's going to stay in there.
That's not, that's something entirely different.
So he's keeping the 380.
The 380 that's on the sheet for janitorial services
so
is
that's-
for house janitorial cleaning supplies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right there, that is for paper goods.
Okay, so it's, all right, so you're doing the 1610, which is the service contract, and the janitorial supplies, which is in the cleaning, and then that 380 is separate. It's just a coincidence that it was the
That's
same.
right.
Gotcha, okay. And then the other was increasing the summer fair and Christmas parade, 1,000 to 2,000.
Right.
And then the only other question I had is that his total of 33,686 is different from Tim's total. His total is 33,936, unless my eyeballs are...
The new one's 34,496.
Yeah, 34,496.
Okay, so you took that number off his
Pretty
number,
much
not off
what
this.
the statement
Right.
was.
Okay. Because Tim says 33,936.
Read it.
Well, if you minus 190 and add 1,000 to that total, you get 34,496.
Right.
Just wanted to clear that up. Excuse me, I spoke with Stu again about the thermostat boxes at 61 Business Park Drive. He said he could get another metal one for the one that's in the office. He said that they are opaque, they're metal, and that the airflow comes through the bottom. And, you know, someone would definitely need to have tools if they wanted to go in and actually remove the box. But I can't understand, I mean, no one can go in there and fiddle with the controls unless they physically remove the box.
And how much is the box?
To install thermostat covers at 61 Business Park Drive, he had one in the office and then 4 in the bays was $380. So I don't know if you want a metal one in the office or just the regular one in the office.
Might as well get all the same.
All right, I'll have him give me a new estimate for the 4. So I'd like to know what the brand is, for the 5, I'm sorry, to see what the,
What
I'd
was
asked
the
him for
cost
some
of the metal
specs.
one?
He says 4 in the bays was $380.
He didn't break
It
it
doesn't
out.
break it
No.
down.
He did come and replace the
Makes sense
the
to
2
me.
ballasts.
Where
That was done.
Suggest that you could actually...
I'll have
that
them
it-
give a separate picture.
Unless
could
you
add it.
included the work
Okay, the,
details, then it didn't exceed 10,000. Chris, we didn't
Winterizing
10,000 unless
29
you
Beach
included-
Street. I have 3 quotes. One was
That's under
verbal
gross part-time
and
wages.
2 are written.
Did not exceed
Moran Plumbing and Heating.
$10,000.
Unless
Said
you
it would be
included...
based on time and
But why put
materials. He
that
said
in there?
figure between 200 and
Because
It did include,
Joe?
it was
Joe?
$10,000.
We're trying to listen to what she's saying.
Sorry.
One was verbal from Don Moran, which was between $200 and $250 to winterize 29 Beach Street at time and materials, so it may be less than that. The other is from Brittain, J. Brittain, and he has $200.
let's go through it.
And the other one is Robert Bell Plumbing and Heating for $197.60. So this is the 2. And then I also have some estimates for budget purposes, which I can give you on Tuesday for the tankless hot water heater.
Oh,
I didn't
nice.
get a chance to make copies today, so I'll have that for...
Have you gotten any estimates on the insurance? There was...
On health insurance, I do have something.
What is the one, the school?
School care.
School care.
No.
We were told today that one community saved over $80,000 by switching to school care.
School care?
They are, she said
An
she's
insurance provider.
inundated with applications. She said right now they serve over 70 groups, of which 10 are municipalities, all the rest are schools. They've been inundated with over 20 new municipalities wanting quotations. They're quoting rates that would be effective as of July 1, because they're on a fiscal year. She said that we're on the list, and she's received it, she has our census data, and she'll get to it as soon as she can.
We could actually plug in figures and switch. We find somebody that's less anyway, couldn't we?
The one good thing, because they're a trust, they pool the claims just like the local government center, so that they're able to offer a lot of the other programs that going directly to Anthem or to a private insurer wouldn't be able to offer. So they match pretty much, but she'll have that all outlined. The one disadvantage is that because they don't offer any other insurances, such as property liability, workers' comp, or unemployment comp, we'd lose the credits that we get from LGC if we switched. Right now, we get a workers' comp credit that's a little over $12,000 a year. It's that TRIM account. And then on our property liability trust, because we have all of our insurances with them, we get a 2% discount on liability insurance.
I guess we'll just have to figure it out when we get the quote, right?
And then with the Anthem, she sent me the quotes, but she didn't send me the program summaries. So I've got to look those up online. But she said that the programs that are offered by the pools, whether it's Cigna or Anthem, they're custom programs. It isn't a product that you could go as a group on your own, a small group on your own, and purchase that product, because they design them custom for the pools. So I do have the two that would be closest to an HMO. So
What was that MTB 10?
Yes, I did get that from Tammy. 2, 3, 4, 5. And Tim and I have worked on this sporadically, but we did get, he's working on the spreadsheet that when you want to see what the impact is, the actual budget impact, you can key in a number and it will instantly recalculate the budget. What this is just showing you our 2011, because Pat had asked what the premiums were for 2011, and it's being compared to the MTB 5 for 2012, those new rates, which is the 10.1% increase. And I've included both the prescription plans, the one we have now and then the other one that they were proposing to save money. And then I plugged in the MBT $10 copay that Tammy had sent, and I put in the 20 and the 20 IPDED that were on the original proposal that we
Where's
had.
the 20? I'm not understanding this.
Okay, the first column is 2011, what we're paying now.
Okay, and then from there on, it's 2012.
2012, that is correct.
Okay.
All right, so this is all 2012. So you've got 4 different Matthew Thornton products, but with our current prescription plan and a less expensive prescription plan. What you see for the single, 2-person and family, that's the town share. That's 90% of the premium. So if you were to go and look at that on the sheet that you had gotten in your packets, this is just showing the town's portion.
Are these monthly numbers?
So,
monthly.
Look, if you look at the MTB 10, that's the same, you're actually looking at a 5% increase.
The MBT 10 the same, it's an 8.6% increase in premium, but the only difference between the coverages is instead of paying a $5 office visit, you're paying $10 per office visit.
Well, what's the 5.1?
That's the increase if we were to change the prescription plan. So the town would save more money if they changed the prescription plan.
This is not clear at all.
Well, actually, I mean,
The MBT 10 is 8.6% increase, but if you change the difference in the prescription, it's only 5.1%.
Correct.
And the MBT 20, if you change the difference in the prescription, it's 1.4.
Correct. I wouldn't recommend the inpatient deductible plan, because as you can see, it has a standard deductible for any inpatient services, which is $250 per member or $750 max per family, and also there's a deductible for the durable equipment. So that would be more out-of-pocket expenses for an employee, because they'd have to pay their deductible up front. Also, their co-payments for office visits are not applied to the deductible. Really? But in the MTB5, the MBT10, and the MBT20, the only difference is in the amount of the per visit copay, and also in the amount of money for the emergency room visit. But if you're admitted, it's covered 100%.
So if you're one that frequently goes to the doctor, the difference in the price of the insurance, you're going to end up losing money that way.
It'd be more
or lose your money. If we keep the same plan, you're going to lose money paying it in the premium. Actually, you're going to lose more money paying it in the premium on the MBT 20 is the one that we have now.
No, the MBT 5 is the one we have now.
The first one is what we have right now.
Okay. It's 10.1%. But then if you look at the MBT 10,
correct.
I mean, how many times is it going to take before they go to their visits, you know? And those add up. So the difference in the MBT 5 and the MBT 10 can easily make up the difference. So we're just replacing one for the other.
Right.
And that's what we're doing. We're saying the employee pay more either in the deductible or a premium on either one of these insurances. That's what we're asking.
Right.
And oh, by the way, you can't get a raise either.
Right. To see the impact on the employee, if you go to the last page, did I duplex yours or somebody else? Okay, on the very last page, I calculated what it would be from the employee's standpoint. So those numbers you see there, and I put in what the annual family cost is, or the weekly deduction, because we deduct over 50 weeks, and what the weekly increase in their deduction would be. So if we didn't make any changes and we stayed with our current plan in 2012, it'd be, for a family plan, it'd be an additional $4.38 a week that would have to be.
So it would be costing the employee to work for the town of Tilton this year because it'd be more out of their pay.
$4.38
and
a
that's
week.
to maintain the same level of insurance.
Right.
Where they wouldn't see any more additional in co-pays. However, that comes out on a weekly basis, as opposed to if you're an employee who doesn't go to the doctor very much, you tend to save a ton of money if it moves over to the MBT 10 or MBT 20. And I'm not advocating the MBT 20 because I think that's too much of a hit all at once. But if we slid over to the MBT 10 to save the taxpayers money, and it would cost the employees a little bit more, but not a lot if they don't go to the doctor that much.
Right.
And they would save a little bit in their paycheck each week.
The other thing, too, if you just look at the prescription.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
How do you figure that? It's going to
Because
cost them $3.72 a week. They're still losing money.
This is the given. This is the given, Pat. If we don't change our insurance at all, the employees, the family breakdown that she has here, they're going to be paying an additional $4.38 a week.
Correct.
That's if we do nothing.
Right.
And they'll still have all the co-pays that they currently have.
Correct.
Now, if we move over to the next one, the MBT 10, they're going to be saving,
Which MBT 10 are you talking about?
I'm talking about the shaded one.
The $3.72?
The $3.72 increase, so they're gonna be saving, 50 cents, give or take, and
They're not, no, they're saving 50 cents from Plan 5.
Right.
They're still paying $3.72 more out of their pay each week.
Right.
Than they're paying right now.
So they're not saving.
Well, plus they're paying
It's still going to cost
$5
them
more.
but I
money.
mean, if you happen to, or if we went to the next one, the unshaded one, it's $2.19.
It's
more.
still costing them money.
But it's gonna cost them less in premiums than it will cost them if we maintain the status quo.
No, I don't see how you can figure that. I don't see how you figure that.
It's just going to be...
Because, right, if they don't go to the doctors.
Even if they do.
The first 2 visits to the doctor, it equals out to be just as much. Sorry, an annual visit.
Even if they do, over the course of, when you take that first shaded one, which is the same exact one we have now, and it's going to
Right.
cost them $4.38. Now, you're looking at paying half of that in additional increase. Over the course of a month, there's a copay.
But if you have to go to the doctor on a regular basis, and you're paying...
Yeah, it's gonna cost you. It's
Yeah.
gonna cost. But I mean, how much can we squeeze out of the town's employees? I mean, the taxpayers.
No, you said it right the first time. How much can we squeeze out of the town's
Also, we
employee?
have to balance that against the taxpayers, who are also not getting raises, and their insurance is going up.
Wait a minute. How do you know? You just made a general statement that nobody out there in the world is getting a raise
We
this
don't know
year.
that, but on average.
You know what?
You have a high number of seniors who
I
are
know.
on fixed income.
I can tell, I
And
know
haven't
4
gotten
people right
raises
now
for
that are
years.
getting raises.
Well, that's
Yeah,
4
you're
out
right.
of 3,500.
But your fixed income, fixed income people are fixed income people. It's a whole
I
other
could probably
ballgame.
think
They
of
have it rougher
4
than
people
anybody.
who aren't getting raises,
They have it much rougher than
and whose
anybody.
insurance did go up on top of no raise.
But I mean,
If
I
we
don't
just
think.
took the same thing that we get right now, we'd be paying for a family plan an extra $1,968 a year, for a total of $21,385.68 in insurance. And we're asking them to pay $4.38 extra? Ouch. It seems like $21,385 comes from the taxpayers. I represent the taxpayers, and I know some of those are employees.
Then if you represent the taxpayers, what happens when you have all these outside agencies that come and ask us for money, and we spend out $50,000 and they already have built in 2.5% to 3% increases for their employees?
I
But
don't
yet
vote
we
for that.
can't give our own employees to keep it status quo for their insurance? It shouldn't have to cost our employees right now to work for us.
I don't think it costs the employees to work.
It's extra out of their
Millions of
pay. If
people
we do
work
nothing,
in this country, and they all have jobs, solid jobs, and if they have to pay $4.38 extra a week, welcome to my world. I appreciate our employees. I really do. We have a great bunch of employees. But they're looking to go up to $2,000 on the insurance this year. Everybody takes the hit. I don't think that that's too much to ask.
I disagree with you.
No. Then we have a disagreement, that's all.
Just one other thing I'd like to point out, that when you compare the 2 prescription plans, the difference between the 2 is on the generic brands, whether it's going to the retail pharmacy once a month or doing the 3-month mail-in, for generic brands, there is no change in cost. On the preferred brand names, you would pay $60 more in a year.
Some of them, they only have the preferred brand.
which this doesn't make sense to me, but for a non-preferred brand name, you'd be paying $60 less. The bulk of your prescriptions are generic. I mean, at the pharmacy, they encourage you to use the generic brand. So it's pretty much a wash on just on the retail pharmacy. But the mail-in on the generic, again, zero, no difference in the cost. Preferred brand names, you'd be paid $80 more annually, and for non-preferred brand names, it would be $100 more. According to Tammy, she said very few prescriptions are used by the non-preferred brand name.
I guess I'm not following what you're saying, because to get a maintenance drug monthly, and you pay that copay for 3 times the amount than you can get at the pharmacy, you're saving 25%. Because now I can get my generic drug, a year's supply of generic drug for $40 as opposed to $120.
These mail-in places make huge buys, and they can afford to pass the thing on, but there isn't always a preferred brand. I take a thing called Advair, it's a discus for my asthma, and there is no generic. And these people are just like, good God almighty. They're like $275 a piece every month. Now, I have insurance, but there's a big hit because there is no generic. It's a preferred brand. It works great, but it's spendy, even out of my pocket.
My son has to take Depakote. And we don't have this maintenance thing on our insurance. So a monthly or three month supply.
The point is for the savings for generic brands.
It's $120.
Don't we have more family plans?
Medicine is like
So that would be an indication.
There is a
17
generic,
families
but generics do
plans.
not.
Let's just have one conversation going on at one time, please. Thank you.
How many singles?
7. 2-person is 4. Now, that's everyone that's eligible for health insurance. We have 3 employees that are on a spouse's plan, but if they, they're eligible to be on our plan.
How many families?
17.
So the 17 families is a sure indication that these office visits, they got kids.
Right.
There has to be a way that we can make the numbers work and the plans work, whether we go to a different company or whether we stay with this company and pick a plan that it doesn't cost the employee to continue to work here. There has to be some type of a solution. There has to be.
Tim is setting up a template so that if you wanted to change percentages, he can plug in those numbers and it will calculate it out for budget purposes. You could plug in these numbers and calculate it out for budget purposes.
What? Is there someone downstairs?
Even if we went
Somebody's
with
coming up the stairs.
Maybe Jane's back?
Hello. So, the town's out-of-pocket expense, I don't see it on here for these plans. In other words, what do we pay for if we switch to MTB5, not highlighted? What would the town's portion of that be for the 17 families, 7 singles, and 4 two-persons? We don't have, is that on here anywhere?
No, that will come in Tim's spreadsheet.
Okay. So
is
we
as
don't
far
make
as
a
we got.
decision
No.
tonight. We can take this home and chew it up and digest it and be creative.
Basically,
And then, my question is, maybe Tim can figure this out, and nobody needs to have a gastric fit here. What the town's portion would increase, say if we went to the MTB 5 and we absorbed the increase that would be normally passed on to the employee,
Be able to plug that in.
what that would be.
Right.
I'd like to see that, and then I'd like to see the total cost.
Any particular
That I calculate.
plans?
I'd like to see MTB 5 and MTB 10, both of them not shaded.
Okay. With the existing prescription plan? Or with the new prescription? The not shaded
But not shaded,
is the
MTB
new,
5.
is the new prescription, is the
Yep.
optional prescription plan? Okay, we can do that.
That's what I'd like to see.
That would be one thing if it wasn't too costly, that if we absorb the additional costs, then it would remain the same to the employee,
Well, you know,
what the cost would be to the town.
I think it's depending on what the cost is, because, the point being that there's no guaranteed in an increase in a wage. So if you look at that and everything is status quo, there's more taken out of their week. And with the economic times there is, everything else is going up.
Right.
And I just have I have an issue with us spending thousands and thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money for outside agencies who have built in increases for their employees, and we're asking them to pay more and work for less.
Right. Oh, I understand. It's not a fair system.
And then say, suck it up.
Yeah, but you're talking about a $40,000 increase to the town.
Do you know that for sure?
I just did the math. It's $33,500 increase just for the 17 family plans, and that's without sucking up the $432 a week. That's just the increased premiums. Now, never mind the single persons and the two persons. So we're talking around $40,000 extra in insurance costs to the town. And that I have a hard time with. I know, I'm not to hell with the employees, because I don't feel like that at all, but there's got to be a cost-effective way of doing this. And I can't control what some outside agencies do, and there's only one that we're talking about here. We're talking about, I want to take care of the employees.
There's not only one that we're talking about.
There's only one I could think of that increased their salaries and what have you.
No, they all did. Franklin VNA, the Hall Memorial, Pines Community,
Well, that's the one I'm thinking of, is the community center.
every one of them have done it.
Yeah. $40,000 is a lot of money, that's all.
So in for time's sake, the only thing I would need a decision on tonight is for the winterizing of 29 Beach Street.
Are they, I didn't look at them, but are they apples to apples, both doing the same thing? Who's cheapest?
Bell.
By a lot?
3 cents, $3, I mean.
Not even that. $2.40.
It's not a difficult winterization because all the utilities are in one closet, and the Dennis went and checked it out ahead of time. It's propane heat, so it's just a matter of blowing out the air in the pipes, shutting
What do we
off
know
the water.
about, I'm sorry, what do we know about any of them?
Bell we've used at the police department. Retain is Dennis he's done work for Dennis, and Don Moore and Associates up in Laconia. He's been around for years. They do it all the time. It's one part of their business, especially up in the lake and all the summer homes.
This one?
No, he just gave a verbal estimate. He didn't give me a written estimate.
Who?
Moore and Associates.
Oh, what was his estimate?
Between 2 and 250. That's their standard rate, but he would only charge
So
for
has
second.
this one's worked for us, for Dennis?
He's worked for Dennis, yes.
This one's worked for the PD?
Yes.
That doesn't help.
I'm familiar with Moore, and they do good work.
Is she correct, the number?
Question is this is something that is recoupable when we sell the house,
That's
right?
correct.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'd rather use a local guy if we got one there.
Nope. We're all
Out of town.
east.
Where is Bill? Franklin?
Guilford.
Oh, he's Guilford too?
No, he's Laconia, this is Guilford.
All three of them.
Moran's in Laconia.
I don't care. That's too close to call.
Soon, we should have
It's a
it done.
difference of less
Whatever's on
than
the top, make a
$3.
motion.
Make a motion, we use Robert Bell Plumbing and Heating LLC to do the winterization of Beach Street Cottage.
Second.
Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
And the final thing, we can do this on Tuesday if you'd like.
Boy, we have an awful lot on Tuesday.
Yeah, we are.
We'll be here all
Won't get
day.
out of there till 10 o'clock at night.
I did speak to Peter Phillips on our personnel
Oh, I was
policies.
going to ask you about that.
He said that his writing down page 19 was a scrivener's error. He'd written page
You're
18.
going to deduct it from our bill?
I doubt it.
No, he added to the bill because she called him.
And then as far as the person to report discrimination complaints or harassment complaints, he said the whole point in that is that he didn't want to have the board get embedded in doing an investigation themselves when you're the ultimate.
Right. Somebody other than the board. And it can be an employee of the town.
So he said usually most businesses designate a human resource officer, designate someone. He said that he's not that concerned about it. And
No, I don't know where you sign him. Besides that, I think you should put the additional information in.
I said we have 5 department heads. Right now, it says you go to your department head
Right.
or the human resources officer, and if you're not happy with that, then go to the selectmen. We only have 5 department heads, and one of them doesn't have any employees there.
Well, Tim doesn't either. He's his own department.
So we can take that up on Tuesday to actually make the motions.
Can't we save that for the week after Thanksgiving?
You're not helping me out because Tuesday is going to be...
Yeah, we can do that.
You've just taken your whole agenda and moved it to Tuesday.
We
Let's make
have-
some decisions.
We have not had one for years. We've never had one, so let's save it for the week after Thanksgiving. And we can all think about it. It doesn't have to be made Tuesday. We haven't had a designee forever. We've never had one, so it can wait.
Where are we supposed to be signing this license and permit for the Christmas trees?
It's on the other side. If we flip over the front page, the first page there on bottom.
Now, did they,
We don't have a signature page?
no,
This is your buffers and peddlers.
Oh, I thought we had a signature page for that.
no.
There's a signature page for hawkers and peddlers.
Did she take care of the information we needed? Okay. Okay.
So you increase that to 3?
Yes.
Yeah, the signature page didn't come back with it.
Can we just print out a signature page? It's our darn license.
And if it's okay with the
They
board,
spill coffee
I'm just
all
going to
over it?
sign this permit for the heating system that went into the Grange last week.
Yeah.
When is she
That's a
scheduled to
permit
start
to
doing
install
that?
it?
Catherine, when is she going to start?
Day after Thanksgiving, I'll have it for you,
Tuesday?
I didn't want to say.
That's okay, that's just signatures. We've already looked at it, scrutinized it, she's fixed it. It's just something to sign.
I don't even
Is
know
that
what it
okay?
is,
Just
scrutinizing
something to
it.
sign?
Peddle Christmas trees up at the old mobile station.
Scrutinize.
Let me scrutin.
She had, what we changed is she
They
had
spill
3
coffee all
here,
over it.
but she only had 2 for the badges.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. No, I remember that. I
See,
scrutined.
you did
I
scrutined
scrutined
it.
that, yep.
That's the fire
Indeed.
department chief.
Tim, the captain?
No, on this one.
Oh.
And Brad did sign it.
But what's the other one?
Sign below by the chief of the fire department may be used as a temporary permit. This isn't temporary, this is permanent. He said for you to just sign right there. Brad handed this to me, and he said, he asked me to sign. I said, no, the selectmen have to sign it. And he already has his copy.
What day of the week is the 22nd?
I'm sorry?
What day of the week is the 22nd?
Tuesday.
Do we have any time frame on getting the thank you letter donors out to the donors for the food basket? It's been a month now.
Has it?
Yep. It was October 15th.
That's right. Okay. Tomorrow.
Have we publicly thanked them at this meeting?
We have publicly thanked them.
And can we put it on the website?
I think that's a good idea.
And Pat did some letters to the editor.
Right.
Yep, I did.
Okay, so if we do those things and then get that letter written, can you get it for us Tuesday?
As far as this lady that would like to be on the planning board, I don't know how the board feels, but I've asked Jane, and I'd like to sit down with Jane and with this lady and just talk to her a little bit. I don't know her from Adam, just to see what her thoughts are, her expectations of what she feels, the job of planning board, because she says, do you feel you have any special qualifications, skills, training, or keen interests that would assist you in serving on this board, committee, or commission? And she just says, no, just interested in the community, which is okay, but I think I'd like to just sit down and talk to her a little bit to see if she has a realistic idea of what being on the planning board is really about.
When I first volunteered for the planning board, I didn't have a clue.
Oh, I know you didn't.
Certainly.
And that,
Serves on the chat committee.
and
Does she?
I'm not saying that you need to know what's going on, that you learn. What I really want to do is to be able to talk to someone and see if they will fit with the other personalities on the board.
Yes.
To see if they're willing to learn, as we go along. I mean, I know no one that joins that board knows what's going on. And,
There's no Sandy Plessner, that's for certain.
well, it took me a lot of years to get where I'm at.
I know you're right. Now, there was a pending request for a planning board person, and did that just play itself out, or?
No, it didn't play itself out. The last time I spoke with this person, I had offered to sit down with her and work on her application and everything, and she said she would call me. She apparently, something came up with her mother. So I have not forgotten about her, but
I just
also-
wondered how that had turned out.
Yeah. So anyway, unless the board has objections, I would like to invite this lady to come in and,
Say who the individual.
No,
it's on the-
I don't think there's any problem with just, meeting people firsthand and talking to them,
right,
but,
I'm not going to,
And that was the
if,
individual that I
depending on
was
how the
talking
conversation goes and, what she thinks her expectations are,
Oh.
then, when we meet
This is the one.
after we've discussed with her, then, at least I can say to the board, it was very incredible conversation, or, she really, just whatever it would be. Or would you rather we invite her to the selectmen meeting and talk to her here? I mean, that's really up to
Personally, I'm
you.
willing to take your...
no, I think it's fine to just have a conversation with her. I would just say don't.
Oh, I'm not,
Some people can be intimidated by that.
oh, well, I don't want to do that. I just want to, sit down in a casual atmosphere and just have a chat and, just kind of talk about what the planning board does so that she really has, expectations of what's going to happen. I remember when I first joined the planning board, I won't tell you the selectman that talked me into it, but he said, you don't even have to show up. We just need bodies on the board.
And you're still...
Jeez Louise.
Oh, yeah. I've seen, everybody looks at Sandy. What do you think, Sandy?
What is the,
You weren't married to him, were you?
Huh?
You weren't married to that one, were you?
No.
did we send out the letter to John Bernard about the easement in the back of the Grange? Okay. Did we send out the letter for him, asking him to remove the pavement off? You didn't, okay. That's what I need to know. What is the date and time of the meeting with the CDBG, Carmen Lorenz, 29th? Do you know what the time is?
I have it on my desk. I remember it's at maybe downstairs.
That's for White Rock, right?
No, that's for the Grange. That's for the grant application, remember that?
Oh, I forgot you were going for one of
Raised
those.
for,
Yeah.
raised
I thought it
certain
was some
funds.
final thing for White Rock.
Right.
No.
Question. So I know there was a lot of discussion about the Bernard property, but no one told me to write a letter to them.
Well, we had mentioned last week that we should write a letter saying, asking him to remove from the pavement, but that's okay, because I'd really like to talk about it in non-public, and I really also wouldn't mind if Jane would stick around, because she's chairman of the planning board, and have that discussion. Because I have some input that I'd like some direction from the board.
Look at this, Kathy.
The other thing is that we have a legal that we want to talk to about, one or two.
That goes back there.
And then there's a personnel,
Give it a scene.
because
Oh,
we
I'm sorry,
want,
3, for the settlement, just, I'm sorry.
That goes in the to be signed folder.
Let me just take the information off of it so I can
Copy it.
contact her.
Puppy.
I want to mention the CBA, so that's personnel, correct?
ZBA?
CBA,
EA.
Yes.
so that's personnel.
These are the 3 that are starred.
Okay, so we'll take the first one, and then we'll ask Jane to go downstairs, and then, okay. So I'll, Jane, if you wouldn't mind sticking around for the first portion of this non-pub, and then we'll ask you to leave.
Can I come up there?
Yep, motion to enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3. Matters which, if discussed in public, would likely affect adversely the reputation of any person other than a member of the body of our agency itself, unless such person requests an open meeting. Consideration of the acquisition, sale, or lease of real personal property, and consideration or negotiation of pending claims or litigation, and a personnel issue.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Where did you?
So I gotta call Chuck to tell him he was wrong.
The suspects were in cars.
I make 'em-
That we seal the minutes of the non-public meeting, and they pertain to legal
Yeah, I got a copy of that.
personnel, the
I gotta call
legal,
them up.
until such time as the cases are settled, and the personnel issues permanently.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. And
Is that the gist of it?